Call the meeting to order. Any items from the public?
Can I say something?
Sure.
I just want to thank everybody for all your support and taking care of things while I was out. Especially want to thank Tracy for taking care of all of my work while I was out, running meetings, doing everything that needed to be done while I was gone. She doesn't know how much I appreciate it. Like, what a great team, what a great place to work for, those kinds of things.
Well,
And thanks to Ellen for all my wonderful text messages to keep me going while I was gone.
I'm here for you.
My replacement trained monkey to replace me.
You can't imagine what she was saying about you.
Yeah, I'm sure.
That's what a family does. They work together.
Yeah,
And
she's
complain the whole
she's
time.
wonderful. What a great team we have, a great family, and everybody was just great from calls, texts, and yeah, I just want to make sure I publicly thank her because she just put so much for me. I just can't tell her how much I appreciate it.
Was that a hand up for you to say something, Tracy?
Especially her.
Aye.
Just happy to have her back.
That monkey's applied for unemployment benefits.
Really?
She was struggling a little bit up here, but she did okay.
She does great. She did amazing. I just can't thank her.
Well, it's a great team and a great family, that's for sure.
Yes.
All right, any other items from the public? Approval of entertain a motion to approve the agenda.
Mr. President, I make a motion to approve the agenda.
Motion been made. Do we have a second? Second, any discussion? If not, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? The motion carries. Purchase order, any questions or concerns on the purchase order? All right, moving, no internal budget revisions, Mr.
No,
Davis?
sir.
Change in status, we have quite a few. We have a new hire recommendation received from the Honorable Sheriff Nathan Harmon for the following as Deputy Sheriff effective February 1st, 2022. John Gangola IV with an annual salary of $54,495. David Knotts and Eric Milburn with an annual salary of $47,120. A new hire recommendation received from Tim Zaya, Director of Community Service for Audriana Villarreal as a recovery technician with an annual salary of $37,509 effective January 31st, 2022. New hire recommendation received from the Honorable Larry Hess, Assessor for Hannah Bicking, as a clerk with an annual salary of $41,600 effective January 10th, 2022. A new hire recommendation received from the Honorable Elaine Malk, County Clerk for the following deputy clerks effective February 1st, 2022. Thomas Gillum with an annual salary of $31,000. Terry Moeller, part-time with an hourly rate of $15.50.
How many, does this complete the sheriff's deputies?
No, he still has a couple of vacancies, particularly with the new cops grant. But if you remember, John Gangola IV actually was a deputy with us previously and left some years ago to go with another law enforcement agency and just decided he wanted to come back. So
I was thinking that.
And they
that's
actually moved to Clark County, Virginia, I think.
Yeah.
Because
So that's-
Amanda sat on the Development
Right.
Authority.
So that's actually a good thing for us.
Done a good job
He
too, right?
comes back fully certified and trained.
Maybe they'll move back.
Are the other two certified?
No, they're entry level.
All right, now, and I think I left off a change in status received from the Honorable Katie Delaghetti, is that correct?
Yes, sir. The one above that.
Tim sat.
Oh, I need to do that one. All right, change in status received from Tim Zai for Julie McDaniel. She is going from a peer recovery coach at the Recovery Resource Center to a case manager at the Day Report Center. Her salary is going from $37,509 to $44,066 effective February 1st, 2022. Change in status received from the Honorable Katie Delaghetti, prosecuting attorney for the following effective February 1st, 2022. James Lyons is going from legal assistant to felony legal assistant with a salary increase from $35,000 to $38,500. Haley Passio is receiving an increase due to more duties. Her salary is going from $36,000 to $38,500. Linda Robinson is receiving an increase due to more duties. Her salary is going from $40,000 to $42,000. Is this a temporary basis, or it doesn't sound like it, right?
No, Katie and I
Reorganizing.
met, or actually we didn't meet, back and forth through email, some restructuring,
Right.
but it's all within budget.
Right. Okay, letter of resignation, and I wasn't thinking anything else, I just wanted to make sure it was
There's some
restructuring.
realignment of duties.
Yeah. Letter of resignation received from the sheriff's office for Matthew Clark, effective January 11th, 2022. All right, any questions on the change of status? We have the minutes for January 13th, 2022. Everyone was present. Any changes or corrections to the minutes? All right, moving on to the county council calendars. We will be here in the chambers at 9:30 a.m. On Thursday the 27th, and we'll also be here at 2 p.m. for Board of Review and Equalization.
We have some other changes to address. Joey's bringing my note to me here.
I'm sorry?
We have some changes to address. Joey's bringing my note over here for the
Okay.
council calendars.
Penny, I think I know.
Haven't seen you out in the hallways and to talk to you, lady. I have to apologize.
Haven't seen it one.
I know.
Doug, you can continue. We're good.
All right, so moving on to the boards and commissions, we'll come back calendar. I gotta get back to my. Okay. Nothing the rest of this week. The 24th, Monday, the 24th, I'm sorry, 1 p.m. Historical Landmarks, 4 p.m. Health Board, 5 p.m. Water District. Wednesday, the 26th, 10 a.m. CVB, 3 p.m. Senior Services. Thursday, the 27th, 5 p.m. Library Board, 5 p.m. Ambulance Authority, which I think Ambulance Authority just got changed to, I think, February the 3rd. Yes, February 3rd at 5 p.m. in the chambers.
Mr. President, if we could go back to council calendars. As you mentioned, next Thursday, the 27th in the afternoon, you will convene for the first Board of Review and Equalization session, and then beginning the week of the 31st, you'll be meeting twice a week on Tuesdays and Thursdays. The week of the 31st, that entire week for those two meetings, the Board of Equalization and Review on the 1st, and the council meeting and Board of Equalization on the 3rd. Both Council President Copenhaver and Council Vice President Whitaker will be absent, so I just want to make sure that the other three members of the council will be here. Also, the following week, the meeting of the 8th were fine, but then the meeting of the 10th, February 10th, Council President Copenhaver and Councilperson Delier will be absent that day, so we need to make sure that we have the three remaining council people present for that day, so we have a quorum. Is that your note, Penny?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Everybody all right with that?
Should be here.
Thank you.
All right, so that concludes the council calendars. Cancel check, there's a request in there from the county clerk. Everybody okay with that?
Yes.
All right. Need a motion to approve the consent agenda.
Motion to approve the consent agenda for January 20th, 2022.
Motion been made, second. Any discussion? If not, all in favor say aye. Anyone opposed? The motion carries. Moving on to Mr. Hess, you have some activity on some corrections of exonerations.
Good morning.
Good morning, sir. Good to see you.
Yeah, good to be back. Yeah.
How's your
Uh,
how's your wife?
she's not doing very good.
Oh, really?
Yeah, every time she eats something, she gets sick, she gets headaches, it's been going on for 2 or 3 weeks. It didn't hit me that hard. I didn't seem to have a problem at all.
Yeah.
It was a hit everybody different. But
Right.
she's still struggling with it. What's her up there?
Yeah.
But any rate, so I understand the last week you didn't approve any of these. You wanted some clarification on that William Owens, that his mobile home, that he didn't own it for some reason. What's the question on that?
I think Mr.
Doye had a question.
I'm trying to look back and see if I can
You
remember.
had said, Councilperson Delia, you had indicated that under the William Owens, that the mobile home sold before 7/1/2020, according to bill of sale submitted with the assessment form. You were questioning why that was office error and not taxpayer error.
That's correct. Yeah, did they make a mistake and not report it, or was it on the assessors for not registering it?
He reported it in July of 20 that he didn't own it, and he sent a copy of the bill of sale where he sold it to. I got a copy of the bill of sale
So
here,
it
but
was your office error for not entering it.
yeah. And what we did was we made the bill up by mistake. The bill was for 21 was already made up in the new buyer's name, so we didn't need one for 21 for him. He reported it that he did sell it, and he sent a copy of the bill of sale in, but we made the bill up by mistake, so it was made up for 2 times for 21.
Okay.
So that's the reason why we had to correct it.
Thank
Alright.
you, Alan. That was
Yes, sir.
the answer.
Okay. Entertain a motion for the. Well, I'm sorry. Go ahead and give us the
Well,
amount.
we got,
stuff.
all right, so we had those 5 for last week. We had 2 more for this week for the same reasons that's listed there. But so we got a total of 7 of them for this week, counting last week's and this week's. 7 of them totaled of $1,129.75.
All right.
So moved. Second.
Have a motion on the floor to exonerate the 7 personal property taxes for reason of office error. And we have a second. Any discussion? If not, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? The motion carries.
Good.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Board meeting reports, Mr. Barnhart.
I had no meetings this week.
All right, Mr. Delia.
I gotta look back on.
Can't remember that for a bit.
Yeah, remember that.
Yeah, I'm with you.
I had a Main Street Martinsburg meeting. Enormous amount of activity that Robbie's got going on. Talked about the recap on how successful some of the latest events were for fundraisers, which was really exciting to hear the amount of effort that went in from volunteers was actually down on these particular meetings or events as opposed to a lot of the other ones we do. Due to COVID, we had a membership drive scheduled at Aspen Hall, and Roger Engel ended up testing positive for COVID. So, and had some light symptoms, but Gula, who was the chair on that, decided that she didn't want to take a chance of spreading something or whatever because of the rise in cases apparently. So wanted to postpone that, so that got postponed, and we're starting conversations about the wine festival.
It's always a good event, you say, right?
It is a good event. We had I think it'll probably more than likely be one day this year instead of 2 days like it has been, but we had several thousand people
And
attend.
that's still looking to be held at Louisville?
More than likely, they'll probably still be there. We're gonna have that conversation. I believe it's, next week we have, we're gonna start those meetings, but, yeah, there's talk of getting that, to the Roundhouse at some point. But we'll see. I think when the Roundhouse gets that building done and the entrance changed and some things that are all in the works right now, I think there'll be a lot of events start happening down there.
Yeah, started getting some exposure to it.
Yeah. Plus the city's gonna redo the whole underpass. They awarded that, bid out, so that whole underpass and Liberty Street all gets a new face on it, which will be pretty nice.
Right.
See where they're planning a St. Patrick's Day again.
Yep,
Main Street.
yep,
Anything else?
that's it.
All right, Mr. Coker?
Yes, sir. Planning Commission meeting Monday night at 5 public hearings, 2 of which were for the Butler's Crossing. So folks who are familiar, they are pushing dirt there in preparation of the new food line. And they just need some setbacks.
Where at?
Excuse me?
Oh, you mean up that Butler? Okay.
Yes, sir, up in with
I thought you said Butler's Bridge. That's what
Butler's Crossing.
Butler's Crossing. Okay. Yeah, I seen that.
So I think it's a 44,000 square foot supermarket and then a $14,000 strip, a 14,000 square foot strip coming off the side of it. Other than those, that's mostly it for the Planning Commission.
What's going on with that Dollar General, or whatever it is there? 51.
Yes, sir. The Planning Commission had denied the request originally, and they went back and did a little bit more work with DOH and presented a sketch of that, and the Planning Commission once again turned down a request for it.
Wait, turning lane in 351?
That's on 45. You talking 51 or 45?
51 East.
Okay.
51, that's down by Shutt's Market, isn't it?
Yes, sir. There are just issues with that piece of property. What they want to do and what they, to be in compliance, it is not a large enough piece of property. So everything coming and going needs a variance.
So they can't move the building or anything to give more
Well,
clearance?
the only thing I don't think that they've done is shrunk the size of the building. They could have probably shrunk the size of it perhaps. But they're not able to do that, obviously. But, and at the original public hearing, I had several residents come in, speak in opposition of it for various reasons.
That's a bad intersection.
It's not good. And it's actually a little bit east of the intersection, but that whole area through there is very prone to accidents.
It's never been a good, even when Shutt's Market was there. It's not
Yes.
good.
My son was in a car accident, I don't know, years ago, 15 years ago, in that intersection. I mean, just, the young lady driving the car made a turn there and got hit. The car was going 55, 60 miles an hour.
They're just, almost every turn, they were requesting waivers because of issues with that property. So the Planning Commission voted not to accept the waiver request. Parks and Rec, the programs are going great. Buildings are being really utilized a lot, and it's really good news. Finances are looking better than the previous year. It's still not back to COVID, pre-COVID numbers, but they're getting there, and they're doing very well. I had a sewer board and meeting last night. 26 out of 42 residents at Timberwalk are now connected to the new sewer.
More than what I thought.
Yeah.
26 out of 42. Is that what you asked?
46 out of 42.
No,
26 out of
26.
42.
Oh.
Tracy, you still available?
Apparently I can't hear it either.
And the Jarrettstown progress that I've spoken about in the last several weeks has actually kind of came to a stop. They're having trouble with staffing.
With what?
they're abolishing the treatment plant, the small
Right.
package plant right
For the
there at
school.
51 and Gold Miller, and going to put in a forced main there
Right.
to go up and catch the main trunk line. But that project has come to a stop because of staffing. Originally, it was stopped because of COVID.
Right.
And I understand that maybe that supervisor and maybe one of his assistants have left that company. So now they're still looking for supervision to run that job. Cemetery Road project I mentioned a couple weeks ago is out to bid. And that's, that, I think I also mentioned that road, that line is one of the original going to the VA center. So that line I'm sure is needing replaced. So it's out to bid. That's a project that the sewer department was able to capture pipe on their own and hold the pipe for this project without having to bid it and find it and everything else now. So that will help the price of that project pretty well. Also, stormwater met. They're still on track for the end of the month to have the draft, original draft ordinance, stormwater ordinance, and hopefully, maybe by the first week of February, we'll get a look at that. I think Mr. Lewis, their council will be at the first meeting in February.
All right.
That's it.
I mean, I had a fire board meeting last Thursday, went over finances, everything's still, okay there. I think they're still expecting the Baker Heights Volunteer Fire Station to be done the end of this month. May stretch into a little bit at the beginning of next month because the power took so long to get hooked up from the power company, which we know that's been an issue. Few line item transfers internally. Everything on the Chiefs end seems like everything's doing good. They put their banking services out to bid, and then the other thing was the turnout gear was out to bid. They only received one bid on that, so they're reviewing that bid, and I think that bid is good for. It could be extended for 3 years, up to 3 years, but on an annual basis. That's all I have to report on as a board and commission meetings. Any activity on the board and commission vacancies?
Yes, sir. Tracy, I'd like Mr. Funkhauser be sent a letter of thanks for his service on the landmarks. And also, would you please set up an interview for Mr. Hensel? Penny? Set up an interview for Mr. Hensel for Parks and Rec, please.
The,
Can we,
go ahead.
can we go ahead and send Doug Long a thank you for the Roundhouse, and there's a request, I guess we need to vote on that, to have him removed.
We do. Entertain a motion to remove Doug Long from the Roundhouse Authority.
So,
Second.
Have a motion on the floor in a second. Any discussion on that?
I saw where the executive board had actually made that request. Is that?
Yeah.
right, yeah, there was a conversation, I mean, he had missed too many meetings, and I had a conversation with him, and he said that he wasn't able to make those meetings and time frame or whatever, but he hadn't sent in a notice to be removed, so the board decided to go ahead and have him taken off, because obviously it creates an issue with attendance.
And that's stipulated in the bylaws.
Right.
All right, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? The motion carries.
Eddie, is there a rush to get Mr. Hensel's schedule? I mean, next week is pretty full. Can you go to the next week, or do you want it next week? That's, I'll squeeze it in if you want it next week.
Well, we've held that vacancy for a little while, number one, early and right out of respect.
I'll put him, I'll
And,
squeeze it in.
so if we can get him, we can squeeze him in and out, it won't take long.
I'll squeeze it in.
Don't forget, we can start the following Tuesday also.
Right.
Yes, so either one of those days, if Mr. Hensel has a conflict, and the Tuesday would work fine too.
So maybe Tuesday the 2nd.
Perfect.
The only thing we can do is call, we're running 15 minutes ahead. You want to call Tracy and see if she wants to come forward? Not that's Tracy, Trish Gill, the good Tracy.
Your vote might go Tracy's.
While we're still on air, I can talk about, my wife just sent me a text with a picture of my youngest grandson, 4 years old. He's getting served breakfast in bed this morning.
Good for him.
Wow.
Yeah, that's real good.
His birthday or?
No, just spent the night last night, so he's got a pancake that looks like some type of a animal. Looks like a rabbit
He's a good one.
with whipped cream, cherries, and bacon
Got the name from his grandmother or his mother.
from his grandmother. Yeah. I have
When my
to-
husband wants something, he says, pretend I'm hungry.
Yeah.
Mr. President, you didn't mention your meeting with the Chambers Government Affairs.
Yes,
Committee. That
Al-
went very well.
Alan and I was on a Zoom meeting about with the Chambers, with the Governor Affairs Committee, and plus some other members yesterday for an hour from 8 a.m. to 9 a.m. Wanted to know the things that was happening in 2021 and what to look forward to in 2022. So we expressed all of our accomplishments in 2021. And in 2022, we talked about, the 250th celebration, and how the city and the county was working together for a nice fireworks display on July the 3rd. And the sheriff is on there. We talked about the relationship with our elected officials, and this past year in 2021 with the relationship with the sheriff's department, and we talked about prior relationships with other elected officials, and so it was a really good discussion, and got a lot of compliments from the meeting after we got done. So
Also caught your interview with Stephen, what's his name there, Channel 25.
yeah, got a few.
Shenandoah Hotel.
Yeah. We just talked about the legislative. I don't look at those as being boards and commissions. That's why I didn't report on them. But they was wanting to know about the activity at the during the legislation session about West Virginia Association of Counties and the County Commission.
And $1 billion we could use.
Yes, absolutely.
Only,
Only $1 billion, but
I think it's more than that, but hey, you gotta start somewhere.
I told you before, man. We could use bridges over bridges. One of the biggest concerns we have is traffic, as you comment.
New Route 9 would be a nice start.
It would be. So you put those together, plus the water and the sewer projects and things like that, it wouldn't take long. Interstate 81 needs ramp work, so, it's, if it'd be me, I'd take widen the curve at the top of the mountain on dry run, because that's being used heavily. Real heavy.
Has to. Oh, that whole road could be wet.
Well, that's what happens is the congestion on Route 9 in the morning heading east because of school, and on the way home on the west heading home west, they use 901 and dry run, heavy, and Buck Hill,
Does that even have a center line on it now?
not going up the mountain.
That's what I'm saying.
No.
So, and that's because of the width of the road, right?
Well, yeah, but when you get up to that turn, even in a regular pickup that I would have, dually and 4-door, You got to creep around that turn.
Well, one of the, Austin rolled his truck down that hill, didn't
Yeah, you did.
he? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, because he got off and the right at the edge of the pavement was a big ditch.
Right.
And he dropped into that ditch and
Rolling.
flipped the truck coming back up out of it. Doesn't, and I may be wrong, but I thought traffic is what dictated, the amount of traffic on the road was what dictated that to be a priority from the state to be widened and center lines put on.
Could be. Actually, some of it's starting to drop.
Huh?
The lower side's actually starting to drop.
Oh, yeah, yeah,
You know,
but
just kind of like going up Buck Hill.
But I bet-
Instead
I
of
bet-
fixing and securing it, they just repaved it.
But within the last couple of years, the traffic on that has changed drastically.
Sure.
And maybe it meets that criteria now. I
That
mean,
might.
if that is, it's probably something we'll look into, because that's definitely a safety issue.
Yeah. Yeah. Tracy, how long will you be? I see her. Yeah, come on up. We'll go ahead and do Tracy. Tracy Gillens, Grants Administrator, Resolution of Support, Physical Year 23, West Virginia Community Corrections Grant. Tell us a little bit about it.
The Community Corrections Grant requires a resolution. We're asking for $409,929. There is a minimum match of 30%, but we're actually doing a little bit more, so the match will be $268,875. This is the 5th year of funding that we are asking for. We've received it 4 previous years for the Day Report Center Community Corrections Program to provide home confinement, reentry services, and alternative sentencing for eligible offenders in Berkeley County. It will pay for current positions that we have: 1 full-time office administrator, 3 full-time case managers, 2 full-time drivers, and half of the salary of the director. The other half of his salary is used as match. It will also pay for drug testing supplies, lab testing fees, and part of the offender monitoring fees. The match that we're using is 1 full-time home confinement supervisor salary and 4 full-time home confinement officer salary, and the other half of the director's salary.
Who's the grant?
Who is it? It's the West Virginia Community Corrections Grant through the West Virginia Justice and Community Services.
It's awarded by the subcommittee that oversees all the DRCs, pretty much all the DRCs.
This is the same grant that we've gotten before, right?
For 4 years, yes.
But is it the same? That's my question. Is there differences in this time, or is it just like it was in the past?
It's the same. The only thing that has increased in year 4, it went to a minimum of 30% match. And it stays at that for 4 years plus.
And I'm thinking this is the one that you and I was down in Charleston and asked for more and explained herself, and because we got very little, and then the next year they made it whole.
Yeah, and if you remember the first year or so of the DRC, they denied the grant application because they said, you know, we were prosperous enough that we didn't need the state's assistance, and then that's when some of the council people intervened.
Yeah. All right. Need a motion to approve the resolution of support for fiscal year 23 West Virginia Community Correction Grant.
So moved.
We have a motion on the floor. Second. Any discussion? If not, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? The motion carries. Okay, in support of the application for the fiscal year 23 competitive solicitation, advancing interventions and to mitigate substance in Washington, Baltimore, Haida communities. Hope I didn't butcher that.
How is this? This is a HIDA grant. The maximum award is $350,000. There is no match required. This grant has changed from last year. It was a maximum $500,000, and they split it between prevention and treatment. So we're asking for current positions 1 full-time case manager, coordinator, her salary and her fringe, or her salary fringe. 1 full-time case manager, salary and fringe. 1 full-time peer coach, salary and fringe. 1 full-time Catalyst youth specialist, therapist, salary and fringe. 1 full-time Catalyst youth specialist, peer recovery coach, salary and fringe. It will also pay for 42 weeks of Oxford House and drug supply testing.
Okay. Entertain a motion, for the, support.
Second.
Motion been made, second, any discussion? One of the things that, on some of these grants, and I know I'm not trying to get more for less, do they ever factor in the money that we pay into the payments or for the facilities or something as being part of a match? I don't care whether they do it as a match, but I want them to let them know that we've invested that money.
Yes, it is mentioned in all 3 of these grants and other grants that I've done,
Okay.
that the money that is saved
Allows
was able
us-
to be reinvested in the
Perfect.
in the new building.
Perfect. I just want to let them make sure they are aware that how much we've invested into the efforts. Okay. All in favor, say aye. Anyone opposed? The motion carries. Now you have a support of application fiscal year 23, West Virginia Justice Reinvestment Initiative, Treatment Supervision Grant Program.
This request is for $149,902. The match is not required but encouraged, so it was $85,670. This is the 5th year that we are seeking funding. We've received 4 previous years, and it will pay for the following current positions: 1 full-time community engagement specialist, salary only; 3 full-time peer recovery coaches, partial salary because the salary is maxed at $35,000 per peer recovery coach. And the balance, the match, is the peer recovery coach balance of their salary and their fringe.
All right. And it doesn't require a match,
It doesn't, but it's encouraged.
I was gonna say. And so we all know how that works.
We've had all 3 of these grants before. As Tracy mentioned, of course, you know, HIDA has always been supportive, and although it's capped at $350,000 with no match, any underperforming programs that they have any residual monies left over, they find a way to support us even further above and beyond the cap that's put on. The other 2 grants, the Community Corrections Grant, as well as the Justice Reinvestment Initiative Treatment Grant, these are all grants that we've had. This will be the 5th year for both of those. And we use every available dollar that we spend to indicate that we are providing a match, because we're already doing it. And as I mentioned, even the match that we provide, we're able to cover even further through some of the services that we provide that we bill for. So we truly think, even with the match of the grants, that next fiscal year, the DRC as well as Recovery Resources will be self-supporting.
I was just thinking, I mean, if it's recommended for a grant, for a match, should we not do that? I know that really improves our chances of getting the grant. What's your recommendation, Tracy?
In the budget that we have to do for this grant, it's broke down because we're matching.
We're given matches.
We're
because the salary's
given
been
the
capped.
85,000, which is the peer recovery coaches. You can only put in for 35,000.
Right.
Well, some of ours are 37.5, so that's 2,500
Plus the benefits.
plus their fringe. So that's the match, and it's allowable.
Okay, all right, so we want to make sure that we improve our chances. All right, entertain a motion of support for the application fiscal year 23, West Virginia Justice Reinvestment Initiative Treatment Supervision Grant Program.
So moved.
I'll second it, so I don't have to repeat it.
I don't like doing it either, Eddie. All right, any further discussion? We have a first and a second. All right, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? The motion carries. Thank you, Tracy.
Yeah, that's what, when we have the Development Authority attorney put things together, yeah, we call that the SAT version. You have to,
Yeah,
you have to read through it a couple times.
yeah. All right, next on our agenda is Joe Elliott, Executive Director of Community Alternative to Violence. Good morning. You got a budget presentation for 2022-23.
Off to a good start. Good morning.
Good morning.
So we're here, I'm not sure what more I can add into the plea letter, but we are here asking for $15,000 this year. Last year we asked for 5. We had significant growth, and we need more assistance. We need to add to our facilitation team.
Could you pull,
Yeah,
could you pull
I was
that
gonna
mic
say,
a little
speak up,
closer,
please.
because I'm having a little trouble here.
And I need
How's
hearing
that?
aids. There
Oh,
you go.
okay.
No, that was great. That was
That was perfect? Okay.
perfect. Yes.
Yeah, so we need to increase the size of our facilitation team. The facilitation team, they're the ones who are doing the classes. The classes are who we are. It's what we do. They're also at the same, those who are paid are only paid $45 for a class, and that has been the rate for a good 4 or 5 years. I'm only, we just want to bump them up $5, which isn't much, but it's something. Our license requires 2 facilitators for every 12 individuals in the class, and we have that. We are meeting our license. But that's not really best practice. We have a class right now that has 24 individuals in the class. We have the 2 facilitators. When you're looking at an hour and a half, 24 individuals, everyone's not getting the attention that they really do deserve. We need to break those classes up, but we can't break those classes up until we get more facilitators.
Are you able to tell us, and maybe not, where the facility's being, where the class is being done now? I mean, I think they used to be done in our cafeteria, if I'm not mistaken.
Well, we actually have office space.
Okay.
So our Martinsburg classes are in our office space. We're just a couple blocks away, Wilson Street.
Uh-huh.
Our Jefferson County class, which doesn't work for you guys, is held in Charlestown. And then our Morgan County group right now is still online.
Early on during the COVID, Larry
Schultz.
Schultz, I was going to make sure I was going to be right, came before us and was letting us know that the COVID was early on was really affecting your program. Tell us a little bit about that. How did it affect you?
Well, a blessing and a curse in a way. We had to immediately pivot to online classes. We couldn't be in person. So fortunately, Zoom is what we have used. We were able to get up and running. I don't think we missed more than a full week's worth of classes transitioning from in-person to online. The biggest, well, there were 2 big fallouts. First, we took a major hit in the money coming in, and that's part of why the change in executive director happened. I came on board. We took a huge hit in revenue. Our primary revenue stream are participant fees, and that's not enough to sustain us. Our folks were losing their jobs, having their hours cut, they couldn't pay. Well, we're not going to let people go back to jail because they can't complete our program because they lost their job. We're going to get them through. It always has been that, if you cannot pay your fees, you're unemployed, underemployed, we do allow you to do community service to offset those fees. So you're still being accountable, for those fees.
Your revenue went down, but your expenses probably stayed the same because you still had to pay the counselors to do Zoom meetings. Is that right?
In time, yes. We were beyond blessed that in the interim, every single facilitator agreed to volunteer their services to get us through that hard time. And that, mind-blowing. So our expenses did go down because the former executive director was let go. So we're now full-time staff of 2. There's me as the executive director, and then I have an office manager, and she and I also do facilitation as well to fill in the gaps. We still do have some facilitators who volunteer their hours. They refuse to let us pay them, which is wonderful. And I think that was in the budget of how many facilitator hours are actually volunteer hours.
So how many people are typically in your course at one time that could be incarcerated in the regional jail?
So right now, currently, I have just over 160 people. I would say,
160?
yeah, I'd say a fifth of those, less than a fifth of those are for like DHHR referrals, so they wouldn't be looking at jail time, although some have both. Easily 2/3 of those individuals would be in jail.
Any of those individuals kind of piggyback with our day report center?
Absolutely.
Okay.
They do. And I've actually had a good conversation a year or so ago with Mr. Papajas about the fact that we have some of the same people and what can we do. So if there's a situation, we can get releases on their end and our end, and we can have conversations. So absolutely, we have a lot of overlap with substance abuse.
Okay. You have anything else for us?
Oh, well, last time y'all had all kinds of questions for me.
I'm sorry, I got you. I sidetracked you.
That's okay. I guess the two main points is one you've alluded to with the incarceration rate. If you look at the cost of incarceration versus people being in us right now, 200 of the folks that we served from July 1st, 2021, December 30th, 2021, were right here in Berkeley County.
I'm
So-
sorry, how many?
200 at the last 6 months of 2021 that we had. These were unique individuals. So if you're looking at 2/3, even 4/5 of those who would have been incarcerated but were not because they were with us, that's a huge savings to the county.
So how many people that goes through your program reoffend?
So we have not updated our recidivism for a while. We're out manpower. So the most recent study was done through the end of 2019. And that we tracked for 3 years looking for rearrests in the state of West Virginia. And at that point, only 12% were rearrested. Unfortunately, that doesn't capture the whole picture because a whole lot of domestic abuse that we're working with is actually legal. They're not going to be, caught for it. They're not doing anything wrong. But we're certainly in there working, trying to just to stop all of that. But a 12% recidivism rate is actually really, really good when you look at around the country.
How does domestic violence affect children?
I was just at a training the other day, and someone told a way to think of it that I hadn't thought about it before. Clearly very affected. So many of our offenders were victims themselves or witnessed victims themselves as children. It's not an excuse, but it's a factor we consider. But the person told the story to sort of equate it. When you're watching your hero movies and your rescue movies, one way that we torture the individuals, I'm not going to kill you, I'm going to threaten your family. I'm going to let you see your family being tortured. I said, this is what kids are going through. If they're seeing mom or dad beat the other, that's torture to them. And that was mind-blowing.
So when there's cases of domestic violence, right, we obviously know that the child is affected, right? We want to break that trend.
Yep.
Right, we want to actually get them the help as we do anything else. So does as part of your program also, does the children get help?
We are niche. We're just working with the perpetrators, but that does not mean we ignore what's going on with the kiddos. First off, we're mandatory reporting. If we have any reason to believe that someone is being abused, we have to report, and we have, and we will. But we're working on increasing those community connections. For example, we work closely with EPIC, the Eastern Panhandle Empowerment Center.
So I know now that there's a program out there because it's if a parent gets arrested for something that they've done, and maybe that's where it's going to come in at. The school gets notification to make sure that the child isn't showing any difference in behavior. So I guess it would be on that program that they would be notified on, because domestic violence is a very serious crime.
It is, yeah, and like I said, we've got our niche. We work with the perpetrators, but of course, working in those community connections, if we have suspicions that maybe a child isn't getting what they need, I have no problem picking up the phone and calling an agency. I'm saying, can you take a look at this? Is this something you can do? I have no problem doing that, and I will do it, but we personally do not serve that population. We strictly work with the perpetrators.
I just don't want the children not to get
Absolutely.
the help that they may want.
That they want, that they need, maybe they don't know they want or need it, but they do, for sure.
Terrible place to be.
What's that?
It would be a terrible place to be.
It would be a terrible place to be, unimaginable, yes. Absolutely, but, that's, the more we're doing, right, the more we're breaking that cycle, then these fathers, these mothers who have been abused, if they come back into the home, or at least maybe not in the home, but in the child's life, they're taking a different approach. One thing that we emphasize to all of them, mostly they're male perpetrators, because so many of our women are secondary aggressive, so it's mostly our male, but we tell everyone, you're teaching your sons how to treat women, and you're teaching your daughters how to be treated by men. And that hits a lot of them right where it needs to hit them.
Yeah, I've had conversations with people before of us as men, we got to be careful about how we treat our spouse or any woman, because it allows our daughters to expect or to accept that, right? And that's not right.
Yeah, overwhelming majority of our female participants have witnessed violence growing up. They saw dad beating mom or mom's boyfriends beating mom.
Right. Or just not even physical, but
Yes.
mentally.
Yeah, and that's where I mentioned earlier, not all domestic abuse is actually illegal.
Yeah.
And that's a message that, we certainly work on, EPIC works on sending out, that just because it's legal doesn't mean it's okay. It's harmful to the victim and it's harmful to the children in our community.
Okay. I'm opening the floor up to
So,
questions.
yeah, the power of suggestion is huge, actually huge when raising children. We've had the conversation about opening the door on a vehicle for the lady, and
And we have had that
we've had that
conversation.
conversation, and it's very important that, my grandkids see that, my son's seen that, and they do the same thing, So you're absolutely right. I mean, it carries on, and you need to show the positive side.
It is, and we also really work on getting all of our folks to understand that just because the child was a baby or the child was not in the room does not mean they're not affected. They are affected. All children, all ages, they are affected.
The $15,000 that you're asking for,
Yes.
does that cure your COVID items?
That absolutely would get us through. Our next phase of the goal, if we get through this, would be to actually hire an individual to be a full-time facilitator. Right now, we're patchwork, which is great. Everyone's bringing their own experiences and their own styles, and that's amazing. But we would like to have one person full-time as a facilitator to flesh that out. But this
You mentioned
will get us
so many
through.
people were volunteering their
Yes.
time instead of being paid.
Yes.
So this doesn't really address that, correct?
The folks that right now are volunteering will continue to volunteer. What I'm asking for in the short term is to increase the pay for those who are being paid, and that we need more facilitators. Like I said, our classes are too full right now. I mean, the ideal in this field is you really don't want more than 10 to 12 in a class. That's where you can really get a lot of work done. And right now, we have one men's class and one women's class that meets that gold standard, if you will. We've got to get more classes, and we've got to get more facilitators to do those classes.
So what is it cost for another facilitator you're talking about a year? What does that cost? You said you could use one more. What does that cost?
Well, right now they're at $45 a year, so you multiply that times 52, $2,100. They've got to be paid more. The guesstimate is for an hour-and-a-half class, you're kind of giving us 3 hours of your time. And it's hard work, it's mentally draining work, it's stressful work, but it's beyond rewarding, which is why people keep coming back and doing it as a facilitator. So if you look at what they're doing, what we're asking them, $45 is not sufficient. 50 isn't even sufficient, but it's something that we can do. And now in time, hopefully a couple years from now, I can come back and ask you for more money, to bring in someone on an hourly basis, and they would be like a full-time facilitator, and they would, fill in the gaps and support and run classes. We desperately need more facilitators to do more
So
classes.
you're talking like not a 3 hours a week, or you're talking about a 40-hour a week position there?
Probably 20, 25 hour a week. I'm looking at, hopefully 2023 would be the hope that we'd be in a position. I mean, right now, we're still patching it together, which works great, because it is so draining. Most of our people are working full-time jobs, and they're giving us that time outside. There's no guarantee how long we can keep them, but I think when someone is paid hourly and has a part-time job, there might be a little more vested in us.
Did you see an increase in last year participants just because of everything kind of being shut down and stress levels raised?
Yeah, the last 2 years, really, our numbers have risen exponentially. Yes, we are like our current enrollment is higher than it's been. The last couple of years, we've been hovering between 160 to 180, which is huge. Prior to COVID, we were 120 to 130 at any given time.
And the 12% that are rearrested,
Yes.
I know that's kind of out of your realm, but those people, I hope, are swiftly dealt with back into the court system.
I think to the best of the court's abilities. I mean, I can't comment that. We actually will take you back if you come back. CAV works best when you commit to it. If you're just going to pay your fee, you're going to sit there, be a warm body in a chair, there's not much we really can do. So we sort of look at it almost like a rehab. You've got to commit to it. When you commit to it, amazing things can happen. So we have taken people back for a second round. But yeah, we're on it. We're on it.
All right, well, anybody else? Thank you for what you do. And very meaningful.
Thank you. Thank you. We appreciate the support you've given us in the past.
We'll see what we can do.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
At this time, we'll take a quick break and come back in 10 minutes. back in session. Next on our agenda is Amy Orndorff, Executive Director for Berkeley Senior Services. Presentation for the 2022-23 budget. Good morning, Amy. How you doing?
Good morning. Thank you guys for having me. Truly, truly appreciate all of your support throughout the year. We couldn't do what we do without the backing of our county, and we're forever grateful.
Well, we're getting to the age, or they're getting to the age, where they can use the service. I've been,
You've been there for a long time.
eligible for a long time.
Well, come on and join us. We'd love to have you. Everybody, open invitation. We have some delicious meals, some great programming is back. The senior center did open in July, thank goodness. We were closed.
Not to interrupt
No, go ahead.
your thing, but insert in the paper. Do you do that, or does paper do that, or who does that?
It's kind of a joint effort. We submit the material to a Dropbox, and then the journal grabs it from there and puts it together for us.
I was wondering, could you include other senior agencies in the Dropbox? Meals on Wheels comes to mind. To make it more inclusive for the seniors of Berkeley County, that when they get this insert, to find out more agencies that.
Sure. It's more like a resource,
Yeah,
a resource
yeah.
for seniors. Sure,
Yeah.
that's definitely something we can look into doing.
Because I noticed the last insert, which was 2 weeks ago or something, there was a lot of articles, general articles, that didn't pertain to Berkeley County. And I thought, man, this is a waste of resources for Berkeley County seniors.
Yeah, and ultimately, a lot of times when that happens, we don't always get to see the final product before it's printed, unfortunately. So, but yeah, we can definitely make it a resource material and
Because
include other
I mentioned
information.
to Diane
Sure.
Waldron,
Yeah, sure.
I'm at a loss for what other agencies, but there's got to be several.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, I
Yes,
just don't know
absolutely.
what they are.
Sure. Yeah, that's a great suggestion. Thank you. We can definitely do that.
Yeah. Thank you.
No problem.
Go on with your speech.
Oh.
Jim don't want to thumb through all the newspapers to find out the organizations that he needs to start becoming more active in. Right?
Well,
He just wants-
BSS is at the top of your list, I'm sure.
Well, the problem is that he gets there too long, he takes a nap.
That's okay too. I
There
mean,
when I wake up. I'm just glad I wake up.
naps are a good thing.
Start
Yeah,
over.
well,
All right, Amy, you better
All
get
right.
started. We're getting off track here.
Okay. So I've been working with Dan over the last year on our board. I've realized a lot of things. One of the things is that I'm not 100% certain that everyone in our community necessarily knows what we do and the services that we have to offer. So I just kind of want to start by giving an overview of some of the things that kind of maybe gets lost at times. To begin with, we have 87 staff members throughout Berkeley Senior Services. A lot of people don't realize that we're that large. Of those 87 staff members, 11 of them are full-time. We have 2 RNs that work in our in-home care department. We have 5 on-site part-time staff, primarily working as assistants within each department. And then we have 7 drivers for our medical transportation and our transportation to and from the senior center. And those are typically, you notice those vans are the white ones with the blue stripe down the side. And they begin federally funded, and then once they reach a certain point, they become ours, and we retire them. And a portion of the funds that we receive from the county council is used to cover the match to purchase the vehicle for the next year. All 7 of those are handicap accessible. So our larger buses have a lift for those that are maybe larger or have more difficulty maneuvering their wheelchairs. And then we have 2 minivans that have a ramp that pull down. We also have 2 outreach vehicles that are minivans that are used to transport seniors to run necessary errands. So they can go to the grocery store, they can go to the post office. During the pandemic, that was essential because we had staff that our seniors could order their things online. Our staff would go and pick those things up from the grocery store for them and deliver them. We also,
I just have a question.
Sure.
So, are you saying that you all supply deliver 36,777 meals to seniors on top of what Meals on Wheels does?
yes,
Is that right?
yes.
I think you asked that same thing last year, by the way.
Did not. Your
Yeah,
memory's not that good.
And Diane at Meals on Wheels is very good. We're very good about partnering. For us, it's often difficult for us to get to the outskirts part of the county. We do deliver some to Hedgesville, Inwood, Falling Waters, but it is difficult because we have so many within town. So
So are you splitting
we-
up territories, or are we covering the
No.
same territory?
we cover the same territories. The difference, one of the differences is our meals, there's no charge for.
Okay.
Seniors we do ask a requested donation, but a lot of our seniors can't afford $1 for their meals, so, there is no required payment for that.
So would it not be, and I'm not asking you this because I'm sure that you have already thought about it, instead of duplicating services, to work as one?
That's a very good suggestion. And that has been looked at before because our county is so spread out logistically
I
that
mean, you
just
still need the
hasn't.
same amount of
Right.
volunteers, I'm sure.
Right. Well, our meals are delivered by staff, whereas
Okay.
Meals on Wheels are delivered by volunteers. In other parts of the state, and different senior centers, their Meals on Wheels are within their senior center, so they are combined as one. We're one of few throughout the state that are still separate. So that has been looked at in the past and continues to be.
So how do you
On the table.
How do you do your meals the last 3 days when it was icy out? Did they still reach the people that recipients?
We did. We have 2 different things that we do. We have some shelf-stable meals, which we typically send out in October,
Right.
just to get us through in case there would be a time that we wouldn't be able to reach meal delivery. And we also, when it's calling for bad weather, we have the option to freeze our meals. We have the capacity to do that. So our kitchen staff works around the clock to make those fresh meals, and then we freeze them and send them out as a frozen meal, which they last for 6 months as a frozen meal. So usually when it's calling for bad weather, instead of delivering 3 times a week, then we deliver usually more often that week so that we can get additional meals out. But we always make sure our seniors have food.
But to put them all together, man, you'd have to have a heck of a big kitchen.
I understand.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's been one of the issues, the kitchen, the manpower, just a lot of the logistics.
Also services, the KD seniors.
Right.
Not only that, the failure. I mean, if you had a breakdown in one system, then everything's done, to where.
Well, I think I was probably more thinking about trying to, rather than
Have a
them
coordinator working it all together.
just on logistics.
Right, yeah.
Not the kitchen, but logistics.
Right.
Why should we spend, someone for senior services to go out in front of Meals on Wheels and hit the same area?
Work more as
when
in
the
a
drivers
collaboration.
can take both. Yeah, it's more about the logistics, not the kitchen. You're exactly right. You can't combine the kitchens together and not unless you build a whole new facility.
Yeah, and I'm very open, to work in collaboration. We work in collaboration with that. We refer back and forth, and if it's something that we're not able to take, Diane will definitely step up, and vice versa. But yeah, I mean that's definitely a collaboration that I would be more than willing to.
Your staff that does that though is almost volunteer.
As far as yes,
How much they're getting paid.
Payment, yes,
Yeah.
yes, they are, yeah.
What are they still making like $9 an hour or something?
Yeah. That typically that's about on average what our part-time staff makes.
You would think
is
you would
in
have
the
an
$9.
IT guy on the board that could somehow figure out all of this together.
Logistics.
Really?
Yeah.
It's a shame we don't have someone like that.
Yeah, well, and another thing, another thing that has been a holdup in that is the way the funding is streamed. Because we both receive different federal
Right.
funding from federal entities, but just, and not double dipping and on paper how that would work.
Anyway,
But yeah,
just
I'm definitely open to
That's
that.
how we've done things here
Yeah.
at the county. There's no room for funding to duplicate a
Sure.
service. Let's combine them together. Let's do it more efficiently. Type price of vehicles, the fuel,
Mm-hmm.
the insurance for the vehicles. It's just, and just
Yeah.
and it gives people more flexibility.
Absolutely, and we are at an advantage because we now have 2 hot cold trucks. So,
Right.
for us to deliver, we can keep the food at the correct temperatures that
Yeah.
they need to be for delivery
We're
and
not trying,
things.
I'm
but-
not trying to say you need to do this. I'm just
Sure.
saying
Sure.
maybe investigate.
Maybe give Gary the heads up. that-
It's good to have that conversation because yeah, I think you're absolutely right. I think one of the biggest failures of them being separate is the delivery process. If you could streamline that delivery process to where you're not, those entities aren't overlapping.
Right.
It's all done by the same
Mhm.
delivery process. You're probably right. You can do it a lot more efficiently and
Definitely open for that, for sure.
Which actually gives you more money and stuff in your budget.
I like that. We need that.
yeah, to do other things.
Absolutely.
Or more people.
Sorry, Amy. I
Oh, that's
got
okay.
sidetracked.
That's okay. We also have 45 part-time staff members that are our home health aides. And this team goes into the homes of our seniors, which has been crucial over the last almost 2 years now, and making sure that our seniors are bathed. They have a good meal that's prepared. Sometimes it's just getting them up and moving a little bit in their homes. And a lot of the times, these are seniors that have no one locally that can do that for them, or even if they are locally, families have chosen, not to take care of their loved ones. So a lot of times, our staff is the only people that these seniors see throughout the day. So the senior center did reopen back in July of 2021. We were very excited for that. We had a big party to kind of kick that off. Since we've been open, we've been able to provide 525 hours of different programming, and that ranges from anything from fraud, especially now we're seeing an increase in fraudulent activities. Unfortunately, our seniors are very vulnerable to that because they would never take advantage of someone, so it's hard for them to realize that someone would take advantage of them. So educating and keeping them aware of what's going on. Also, our physical activities, our dancing classes, our line dancing classes. The Dorothy McCormick Center was very generous and donated 2 new ellipticals for us, so we've definitely been putting those to use. We're excited about that. So a lot happening at our beautifully renovated building.
With new HVAC, right?
It's coming. It's coming. I think we're waiting on one more unit, I believe. So we're excited about that.
It's like everything else. All the rooftop units have been in order for almost a year.
Yeah. Poor Jack. Every time we see him, any word. So we're very excited and thankful for that. For now, we have our space heaters going, and all is well. We're working. So during the pandemic, we were faced with a lot of challenges, like many other agencies. And how do we become creative and still stay connected to our seniors, even though we can't bring them in, to lay eyes on them, to make sure that they're eating, to make sure that they have what they need. So we created some different things online. We did some virtual bingo, which was great. We did wellness checks every week. A lot of times we talked to the same senior half a dozen times a week, but we wanted to make sure that they were okay. We also sent out packets of different mind games to keep everyone kind of their minds going and things kind of turning. And with our respite department, we have an entire department devoted to providing relief for caregivers. During this pandemic, the caregivers have really taken a hit on caring for their loved one with Alzheimer's and dementia. So definitely stayed in touch with those caregivers. We did continue to provide our caregiver support group. We met at, they would meet at Hosses for lunch once a month because those caregivers just need that outlet to be able to speak to someone and just get away for a little while from their taking care of their loved one. And those packets were very uniquely put together that were sent to those participants. Those packets included pictures of our staff because with the Alzheimer's disease, a lot of times you forget and then you become scared of what you don't know. So our staff was very creative in making sure that they continued to provide pictures of our team so when they came back to the center, it wouldn't be like starting all over again. And that was a huge help. So, we're up and running. We're fully functional. We're hoping to be able to have some fundraisers this year because the fundraising is what we use to kind of fill our gaps where a lot of our other funding streams fall short. Definitely the money that we receive from the council, that helps to fill those gaps as well. The funds that we receive from the council also allows us to have our maintenance person on staff. He also works part-time, basically, as Dan pointed out, basically as a volunteer for us, but does an incredible job. He's clearing snow with COVID restrictions. He has been working additional hours to make sure that the senior center remains sanitized and, we're keeping our seniors healthy. We've been very blessed that, we've had one case of a positive result within the senior center, and that senior hadn't even been within the center for an allotted amount of time. So very, very cautious, very careful, making sure that anyone that's not feeling well, they don't come. We need to make sure that we're keeping not only our seniors safe, but also our staff, making sure that everyone stays able and well to keep our center open.
When you sanitize the center, does your custodian go through and wipe it down? Do you have a mister that you use? Or?
We do not have one of the industrial. He does wipe everything down every single day. Either he or our nutrition staff will disinfect everything and make sure that it's sanitized.
We have been blessed that we've been able to obtain commercial misters that kills like 99.
4.6.
Yeah.
For 24 hours, it drives how many steps?
Oh wow.
We was wiping the varnish off the wood.
Yeah, that's kind of.
And we just got authorization from FEMA to purchase 6 more.
Oh wow.
So we will have, if it's okay with the council, with your blessing, I don't want to commit you to something that you're not willing to do. I think we can give them.
Oh wow, thank you.
We got plenty of solutions.
Dan, oh my goodness, thank you so much. Absolutely, thank you.
It's just a matter of going through and, just before the center would open, we go through the offices, particularly if we have an office where an employee has self-quarantine for either they have it or they've been exposed. We'll go through that office before the staff gets in the morning and we miss the whole office.
Thank you.
Mike says they're easy enough to use. You could probably even train me. So, but if it's okay with the council, we'll make
Thank
sure.
you. Oh wow.
Anybody have any problem with that?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
It's all funded by. We just, like I said, this week we got authorization from FEMA to purchase 6 more.
How big are these things?
They're
They're
What
small.
about maybe a pipe with fluid and like a spray gun, so they spray.
Did you ever see the Miracle Grow thing
Yeah,
that you
very
attach
similar
to
to
your hose? It's
Oh,
about-
wow.
They're very similar to that, but they're battery powered.
You don't have. It's not the pump that you. Oh wow.
On and off, and just it puts this fine mist out. Some kind
That
of
would be great.
magnetic contact stuff. and
Thank
use
you.
on keyboards,
Absolutely.
Electronics without any harming, so
So we take care of that.
I'll take care of it.
Thank you. We know where to find you.
I know. I know where to find you, too.
Thank you, Mike.
Thank you. Thank you. Very, very much. Thank you. Be a big help.
All right, so this year you're asking for 70,000.
We are asking for 70,000. That would include the match for a transportation vehicle. That also would help cover the salary of our maintenance person and cover supplies that would be needed for that. And also a large part of that would be used to fill the gaps where a lot of our other funding is falling short.
Does it cure your COVID funding?
Loss of
Any money that you
revenue.
lost to COVID or any?
Loss of net revenue.
Funding from the council or?
Well, you say 70,000, do you need more to correct past 2 years of COVID?
Well, we could always use more, for sure. I just, you guys are so generous to us and take such good care of us. I don't always want to come to you guys for everything. But yes, I mean, additional funding would definitely take the pressure off of us tremendously.
And I think what Jim's asking is, have you pinned down a dollar amount of what your loss of revenue was due to COVID or additional expenses that you incurred due to COVID?
Well, we did have, of course, additional expenses. We were very blessed that we were able to receive a couple of additional grants to kind of offset those from different entities, like the Community Foundation had additional grants that were available for nonprofits, as well as the United Way. The issue that we're facing now is that for so long we had to move so many of our services in-home, which is a lot more expensive to operate one-on-one as opposed to being able to have a congregate respite program where we could have 12 or 14 staff, or 12 or 14 participants to 2 staff. So we were able to provide less services during that time. So these additional funds would really help us be able to make up the what was lost there, so that we can.
I think Amy would help
Provide
us
those.
a lot if he was able to show us the loss of revenue. If your expenses went up or whether they went down. A lot of places that go down because you're not being able to
Right.
supply the service. Your utilities may go down because the building's shut down
Sure.
rather than open. Maybe some additional grants, as you just spoke about, that you received.
Mm-hmm.
But what this council would be looking for would be the net loss.
Sure.
We don't want anybody to double dip, and nor would
Absolutely.
we ever double dip, but that's an important number to us this year.
Okay. But yeah, I can definitely provide that to you,
All right.
you guys.
Alan, how much do we spend on the facility out there?
Well, as you know, we completely redid the facade. We did the roof.
That was over, probably pushing $1 million for everything, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was just short of $1 million. But we had let that go
Yeah.
for a while.
Only because we wanted to do it all at one time.
Yeah, but we completely, as you know, we got rid, I called it the band board, the part.
Part of the problem was that it was done improperly whenever it was done
Right,
originally.
absolutely.
So we completely did the facade. We put a little extra money into the front.
Yes.
Called the front porch.
Yes.
The front of the building, put new roof. We put a new roof on, the complete, part of it was a peak roof, part was a flat roof. And we now have 4 units ordered to completely replace the ones on the roof. We have 3 in place, waiting on the 4th to be delivered. As soon as that comes in, we'll have to rent a crane to take the old units off, put the new ones on, and then we have a HVAC guy lined up to hook everything up. So it's pushing $1 million, maybe a little bit more.
How much we paid for that? So how much is ongoing, maintenance and repairs and that kind of stuff?
Mike and his guys take pretty good care of it. All of the landscaping around the building itself is done by community
Yes.
service.
Yes.
Mike is taking pretty good care of them. Jack's guys are out there. They do the, replacing ballasts and things like that. One of the things we would like to do, and we're going to have more conversations with you in the not too distant future, we're in the process of, we're going to have all the lights in your chamber replaced here in the next month or so with the high efficiency LEDs. As we test this new technology out, we'll probably retrofit all of our buildings, including the building that we own that Senior Services is in. So,
Is the parking lot lit?
yes.
It is? I drive by during the day, I don't know.
You-
lit.
You're at that age where you don't drive at night, right?
Activities?
I don't drive much.
We're going to get him there this year. We're going to get you there. Yeah, and a lot of, I mean, Mr. Davis, you just said that perfectly. We are so grateful and so blessed that you guys support our seniors as much as you
Probably
do.
one of the nicer senior centers in the state.
Absolutely. We are the envy. When we can get our commissioner to the Eastern Panhandle from Charleston, he will tell you that we by far have the best senior center in the state. From the people right on down to the building, there's none better than ours, in my opinion. But a lot of senior centers throughout the state are in the basement of churches, which they're still providing the services, but just nowhere near the level of what we're able to do, and that's because of what the council does for us.
Yeah. All right. Anybody else have any questions for Amy? Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Get us
Thank
that
you.
information. Thanks. All right. Next on our agenda is Gretchen Fry, Martinsburg, Berkeley County Public Library. Budget presentation for 2022 and 23. I think it's, yep. Good morning.
Good morning, how are you?
Doing well, Gretchen. How you doing?
Good, good.
I understand that display of the 250th celebration is a hit.
Yes, we actually had, for our opening, actually during the apple drop, we had over 350 people stop by the display.
Great.
So that was great, and I know we had a couple people stop by. Anyone who hasn't stopped by, please do check out our Berkeley County 250 display.
Absolutely. We was out of town that weekend.
Yeah, definitely, yes, stop by. And you can check out the new floors at the same time, which look very nice on that floor. So,
Good.
yeah,
That's
so yeah.
still a strong building. That's a very nicely built building.
Yeah, it is, yes.
They're expanding.
Well, it needs some, unfortunately, it does need some internal work. Some of the systems are
Well, I'm
starting to
just
fall
thinking of
apart.
making it bigger.
What?
Thinking of making it bigger.
Oh, that would be great. What we'd really love is a decent parking lot around the side.
Garage, would be nice.
Yes, around the outside of it would be great. but more of what we were actually, since you brought it up, is we are facing some significant repairs in the next 5 years that we are going to have to budget and plan for. We actually had a facilities assessment done by Crabtree, Rogar and Associates, and they are estimating it's going to be about $2 to $3 million over the next 5 years to really get the library
That
where it
building's
needs to
what,
be.
50 years old?
It was built in 1960 something. Yeah. So
60 years.
Yep. So the big things are the roof starting to fail. Unfortunately, we have water coming through this year, and then but the HVAC is a huge expense because of the way that it was originally constructed when they added the addition. They didn't put the ductwork, I guess, in. They just added units to the roof.
Sounds like Mr. Wine's involved in that one.
And yeah, so it's going to need that repair alone is the big ticket item. It's going to be $800,000, $2 million for that to properly fix the system. It's from the 60s.
Which in the long run, in about 7 to 10 years, will pay for itself probably.
Yes. And unfortunately, right now we do have the library is always cold in the winter. You can, especially downstairs, you can really tell that there's the system needs work. So we also have original plumbing, original electric, all those things. Our electric system is actually the breakers and things like that are not code, things like that. So we have a lot of things that do need repairs. And I'd be happy to send that report to you at some point so you can sort of see where we are. Okay.
Send that for it
That would be great. Yeah, I'll definitely send that to you.
There'd be a good, well, we can't do, be another reason to do a water chiller plant.
You know, one of the things that I found interesting about the library just recently, the parking behind, which is your parking lot, right?
No, that's actually St. Joe's.
Church.
We don't actually, it's a church parking lot.
Oh, behind you?
Yeah, we do use it to our staff park there, but it's not ours lot.
Really?
Yeah. We actually don't have, and then the city owns the very small, about 6 parking spots. But yeah, our building does not have parking, which is
Right.
actually a
So
major challenge.
if you go on Flood Tool, that's not how it's listed. It actually shows that is the parking lot, and then it shows right where the cars are is part of St. Joe's, and where the cars are have meters on them.
No, we have no, the library has no parking. The only parking we have is city parking that's metered, and it's only 6 spaces, and then there's St. Joe's. Yeah, there's no, we don't have any lot. Here.
Right. Well, that's what I'm
Yeah.
talking about. Yeah,
Yeah.
right behind the building there, or I guess on Queen Street, the south side of the building.
Yeah, there's a small strip of six spots that are metered that are owned by the city. Yeah, that's the extent of our
But how
parking.
does the city put parking meters on the library's property?
It's not, actually, that little strip is owned by the city. They plow it too. We don't do it, yeah. So yeah, so currently, and that is a major challenge that we always have, because we like to have events, but the challenge is that there's nowhere for people to park for the events. It's difficult. And of course, people are coming for a free service, and it's nice to have free parking. But at this point, it's all metered, so.
That's interesting, because that's not showing up on my map.
That is interesting. At one point, there was more parking before they built the addition, but that was before my time.
Right.
So,
Okay. Sorry for interrupting.
no problem. Any questions? Oh, okay. So basically, I just wanted to give you a little overview of what we've been doing this year. As you know, basically Martinsburg, Berkeley County Public Libraries. There's 4 libraries. We run 4 libraries. And we also have a courier service, which runs to the 4 libraries and also Jefferson and Morgan counties. And so people can actually order books through our online service, and they can have them delivered to any library in the 3 counties. And usually you can get them within a day or 2. It's really quick. So if a kid's doing a book report and they can just go onto our website, look up a book they want, and they can get it from Jefferson County if it's not available, and have it delivered to one of the 4 libraries here in Berkeley County. We also have an extensive online collection of ebooks and e-audiobooks that you can download through the Libby app. We are continuing to expand that collection. And actually, it's just every year circulation goes up with our electronic collection. It's more than doubled in the last 2 years. We also now have it set up through Berkeley County Schools that students can check out ebooks on their school-issued device through the Sora app. So they are able to actually access the library's collection through the schools. So it's a win-win. It saves the schools money. They don't have to have their own ebook collection. They can use ours. The app is actually very smart too, because it actually filters the content so that a child is actually getting age-appropriate content. Obviously, our ebook collection is for adults and children, but it does filter it so the children have the right age group for them. We've been seeing between 800 and 1,000 books checked out through the Berkeley County schools this year. So it's been going well.
So the use of the library has been increasing the last couple of years?
Yes, yeah, well, definitely our books have sort of been steady. Like, we kind of stay about the same in our book circulation, but our ebook materials have really taken off in the last few years. So actually, overall, yes, our circulation has grown. And specifically circulation in terms of e-materials.
What about the peripheral libraries? Are they growing too?
They're doing well. They, usually circulate 30,000 or so books a year. The downtown library still circulates the most. they are limited in that the branches are still only, they're open 28 hours. Downtown is 48 hours. We just don't, after we lost the money from the Board of Education, we had to cut hours, and we've been unable to expand hours since then. But they definitely get a lot of, they get a fair amount of circulation. Downtown is still the most.
So the second floor of the Hedgesville Library is still unfinished?
That's correct, yes. And we're hoping that this year, we're planning to expand our facilities study. We did a facilities study of downtown Martinsburg, and we want to now look at both Hedgesville and North Berkeley and get a good sense of all our facilities and how much it's going to cost, and really get a big picture to try to prioritize, because we're juggling basically 3 buildings. Musselman Library, of course, is in the high school, and that's maintained, but we have to sort of prioritize, okay, what's the most important here? Is it the roof at Martinsburg? Is it the, at this point, we have very limited funds beyond our operating to spend on repairs. So that's sort of our challenge. So we're hoping that this year, once we have a facilities assessment, we'll have a better sense of how we want to move forward with the facilities. But the biggest challenge for our library system is definitely the facilities. We have enough money to operate, but when it comes to actually improving, building new things, anything like that, we just don't have the money. And unfortunately, we've been looking federally trying to find the money, and there's nothing available right now. So it is a challenge. So in terms of our staff, we run all 4 libraries on 15 people full-time and 21 part-time. So we have a very bare bones staff. We are very efficient in the sense that because everything is centralized, payroll, book ordering, all those things, the branches do get the benefit of the expertise that we have downtown, supporting the branches in terms of the services that we provide. And of course, our funding comes from a combination of county, state, city, and the Board of Education. The state does require a match for the state funds, and we are fortunate that the county matches those funds. In terms of just for this year, some of the things we've actually had, we have over 132,000 visits this year. We circulated over 180,000 physical items, so books and things like that, and we circulated 51,600 electronic items. So obviously physical books are still more popular than e-materials, but e-materials continue to grow. We offer free computer internet and internet access. We have passport and notary service. Passport services have been incredibly popular. And we have educational programs and activities for all ages. This year we did some improvements to the Martinsburg building. We put a new floor on the main floor. We also constructed a new teen department on the ground floor. If you visit the library, please check out the new teen department. Basically, we completely renovated, put in new shelves and furniture. It's a great space. It looks really exciting. And I should mention that we've really ramped up our teen programming. We've actually had, in the last 5 months, over 455 teens have come to do programs in our library. So we've had a lot of teens coming in to use the new space.
And you're open 6 days a week?
We are, yes. Mm-hmm. Downtown is, yes.
So the 132,000, that's online hit visits?
No, that's in person. So
that's in all the libraries?
In all the libraries total,
so
yes.
Do you have a counter on how many you do online and how many you do at each individual?
No, we don't. We do the physical, but the online visits, there would be the website, and then there would be, are you talking about the website, or are you talking about the e-materials?
Yeah, because I would think you'd be able to track how many hits you got on your website somehow.
Yeah, that's a good idea. We'll have to do that. Because I know that people go in there not just even to get the ebooks, but we do have some free databases to look up information and things like that as well.
Yeah,
So,
that'd be an interesting
Yeah.
statistics, and it'd be interesting to know how many visits you have at each library, to see that broke down on how popular the main one is, which is, I guess, Queen Street. But it'd be also, you talk about the need for renovation in Hedgesville. I'd be interested to know how many people are currently visiting that facility.
I can definitely give you that information. I just combine them, but we do
Yeah.
keep track of that, so I definitely can give you that. For sure.
Currently, right now, per day average is 423 people per day in person.
Yeah. I thought it was a little less than 400, but I mean, that's still, that's still impressive.
Yeah, we definitely, the library does get a lot of use, so.
Right.
In terms of renovation, of course, the other thing is, as we mentioned, we also put in the Berkeley County 250th display, so that was really exciting. And it was very great, wonderful that Matt Olmsted could actually get us cabinets for the displays through the governor's $6,000 grant through the governor. So that was very nice of him to be able to do that for us. We also received a $150,000 grant from the West Virginia Library Commission specifically to build our ebook and e-audio book collection this year. So that's been great that we've been able to expand that ebook collection as well.
The actual book collection, does that increase every year? Or?
That it's not necessarily the amount you mean we spend on it.
No, actual books.
Yes. Oh, yes. We have a book budget of what is our books? Okay, so we spend $135,000 a year on books, physical books, and then our
Do you replace
ebooks is $87,000.
old books when they get outdated or worn out? I guess they get discarded and new books are put in their place.
Yes. I mean, obviously, people always want the new books. I mean, if you go to a bookstore, you're not interested in something old. You want the new stuff. So yes, we do have a weeding schedule. We go through and look at how often things circulate. If they haven't circulated for a long time, we discard them. Obviously, nonfiction books, the material becomes inaccurate over time in a lot of different fields, especially medical fields and things like that. So we're very careful to make sure we buy new books to replace those.
What do you do with a book when you said discarded? What's that?
Well, it depends. Sometimes we can, sometimes we can actually sell them on through a third-party seller. Sometimes we donate them. We've donated some to the senior center, actually, because we get a lot of large print that doesn't, so after a while we give them to them. So we've done things like that.
So you'll be able to see books when you get down there.
You'd be surprised what
Yeah.
you see.
We do also have free books a lot. We give away, and we did that during the pandemic a lot. People really appreciated being able to just run in and grab a book and leave. So we do that too.
Do you still charge for overdrafts or
Overdue.
Yes, we did stop that for a little while during the pandemic because people were uncomfortable coming to the library, but now we're back to charging for overdue books. Yes.
All right.
Okay.
Anything else?
And when you look at the funding that's, and I put it in your sheet as being flat, and as you know, the funding is for the library, for our libraries, is hardwired in West Virginia code, and that actually shows up as a special tax tab on your levy, and it's dictated by the assessed values, and so we really won't know the budget until we receive the certified values from the assessor.
Which has been a pretty good increase over the years, and actually the services increase as well. But in 2011-12 was 676,729, and last year it was 807,787. So it's about $140,000, $130,000 increase.
Yes, and it's been wonderful. We've been able to put more money into the building and start
Sure.
to make
Well,
some of these
with all
improvements.
that, our expenses go up as well.
Yeah.
Especially the last 4 years.
That's great. Yeah, that's wonderful. Well, we really appreciate the support of the county.
Yep. And just to let everybody out there know that last year's, again, allocation was $807,787. And to be determined this year based on the taxes collected. So it'd be projected to be no less than $807,787.
Great.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you.
Thank you for opening your doors for this interpretive.
Oh, yeah, it's been wonderful. It's gotten a lot of new people into the library, and of course, people who always come to the library have been really delighted to be able to learn about Berkeley County history. So it's been
very
great.
nicely done.
Thank you.
And, great job. Great job.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yes.
Wait a second. I'll show you what I was talking about. So that parcel right there is the library's property. So this whole parking area here is part of the whole parcel, and this piece right here where those meters are on that side, it appears they're part of St. Joe.
Yeah, ours is just this tiny little strip.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's these 1, 2, 3, 4. These, it's here. Yeah,
yeah,
that's our lot.
yeah.
Well, it's really the
But-
city's lot, but people park.
It's not city lot.
Oh,
If you touch on it, it says it's owned by, everything in that blue area is owned by the library.
That's interesting, because they have city meters all along there, and the city plows it. Do you think? Okay, that's interesting. Thank
That's
you.
why I said it was interesting when I seen it, because I live right down the street and I'm like, the city doesn't own that property.
That's very interesting.
But
Thank you
Okay.
for showing that to me. I appreciate it.
I don't,
All right. Moving on. Now we're behind. Been behind, I'm sorry. Next on our agenda is Mike Lang, Chief Court Marshal, 2022-23 budget presentation.
We can be quick, just give me all the money, I'll go home.
Mike is your first internal budget presentation. You'll see that this year, as I've done for the previous year, in your packet, you'll see that the fiscal year 19-20 allocation is reflected, 2021 is reflected, beginning balance for 21-22 is reflected, as well as the budget as it was adjusted as of 12/30, plus year-to-date expenditures, encumbrances, and the unencumbered fund balance. What's been expended and encumbered to date, as well as what his request is for next fiscal year. And I'll do that for all of your internal ones so that you have a better snapshot. I've also provided you, they have this, Mike, provided you with copies of kind of an activity report that Mike had put together, a summary for 2021.
All right.
Let's start with the easy one, 813, is roadside litter. We've been funding that for supplies for $2,000 since we started. It's working. I'm just requesting you to keep the $2,000.
And I have to apologize, I haven't made the last couple of meetings because we've been stuck in here. But wonderful work. We spoke about yesterday with the chamber about how much you all have done on the roadside litter.
There's a lot of moving parts to make that work.
Yes, sir.
On to 416. As far as my request for spending supplies and uniforms and such, I'm keeping that the same we've had the past 2 years. We're no longer behind the 8 ball. We're no longer outdated equipment, and we're keeping status quo. We're doing very well with that amount.
Okay.
What I did ask for this year was a part-time staff and 1 full-time staff. Then ask for 2 reclassifications for 2 employees.
So that reclassification request is kind of hard to swallow.
Sir, they both do a tremendous job.
Didn't even crack a smile.
She got a gun, sir.
I know. She can't reach me though. I can duck.
I've seen her shoot, sir. She's pretty good.
Yeah, she's a good girl.
Both do a
Lady, I'm
tremendous
sorry.
job what they're doing. They've both been about 4 years in this position. I think it's time that we give them a job description. It's fitting as so. And I did increase
request a salary increase for both. Today, there's community service in here, sanitizing the building, keeping it clean. I just can't say enough good about the work them to do, family especially, and go back with the grounds. I think the grounds never looked better than they ever have. I've been here 10 years now, and the grounds are spot on every time.
Both of them doing wonderful.
Wonderful work, yes. And I just think it's time to give them a job description and title fitting of what they actually do. Now, if we do that, the request for the full part-time would take Tammy's place of being building security. We would relieve her of that duty.
Okay.
She won't have to keep running back and forth 10 different times in one day.
She doesn't like us anymore?
She loves you, but I've been working pretty hard. I think it's time to give her a little break. So that's the reason for those requests. That's my rationale for it. Tammy's been there since December 17 on community service, and Boback started in March of 18 with community service. So, included job descriptions and salary requests for both.
So the part-time would, you said to relieve Tammy of her duties.
So the full-time and the part-time are just to fill in. Yes, sir. Ask for part-time and full-time.
Mhm. And one of the things that Mr. Davis has, well, two things that he said that you all have helped out on, which is greatly appreciated. It kind of falls back to what we was talking about, Meals on Wheels and the senior center, is that on Fridays you're helping the sheriff, and also you're helping on mental hygiene.
We've done some trips for them, yes, sir. Pickup trips.
Right.
We're getting a good working relationship, using our staff to the fullest.
They've
Both
also
departments.
helped out Brian, some of our distressed properties.
Several papers for Brian.
Several papers for him.
And prior to that, they were assisting the health department in their vaccine, mass.
Did parking lot patrol and even had a couple of them registering people for vaccination. So we've been spread out pretty good. I'm blessed to have a group that I have. I'm truly blessed. It makes my job easy. There's not a task that I ask that they don't do and they don't do well.
I think the one thing, Mike, that your staff recognizes more so than ever that we are a team. For years and years, we was the villain.
I remember those days, sir.
And they found out that that was not true. And we're very grateful for your staff to help participate in that relationship building that we have had in the recent years, and it means a lot to us.
It means a lot to them. They appreciate everything y'all do. I know it for a fact. I think I covered all my bases on the highlight, just real quick.
With the Chief, with the possibility of receiving another magistrate through the court system this year, how will you be suited for security with that?
I'll be back, come see you. I'll need at least one, if not two bodies for that.
Okay.
It's actually, I think it'd be more than that. If they do it from what the math that I understand is, see.
I haven't looked for the new bill. The bill is in place so far this year.
I think it's a matters for every 16,500. Every time I get on my calculator on my iPad, it goes some stupid stuff.
Mike's current staff is pretty thin. And you wouldn't think that when you look at the number of bodies that he has, but our court security staff, just like what we've been through with 911 and everybody else, for the past 2 weeks has really gotten hit with illness, with COVID. And you have 4 out now, 3?
3 right now.
3 now. He loses 1 or 2 more court marshals.
Gonna leave the mark.
He's not gonna be able to cover the courts that are full. So,
We submitted a contingency plan yesterday to the judge and Mr. Davis.
Right now, if they use the math that they're talking about, a magistrate per every 16,500, from what I understand, that would put you at 7.515 magistrates in Berkeley County.
I'll be coming to see you for a couple more bodies.
I say, because we currently have 5, right?
We have 5 currently.
So then that's,
It'll be 2.5.
And the example that Summer gave yesterday or 2 days ago was Kanawha County, 170,000, has 10. We're 124,000, we have 5. So
Last year, no, Berkeley County Master Clerk's Office took more money in than Kanawha.
right. So 124,000. Go ahead now, divided by
Well,
5.
the problem is we've been growing and growing and growing, and we haven't been keeping up with the growth. I mean, that's the problem.
And that will impact Mike. The clerk's office may be okay because she has some vacancies, or that office has some vacancies that hasn't been filled. But when the prosecuting attorney comes in for the first time in some time, even discounting the additional judiciary, she'll be asking for 1 full-time assistant prosecuting attorney as well as a full-time legal assistant, just based on the current caseload. So not only will Mike be back in here, I suspect the prosecuting attorney will be back.
So just to do quick math, at 170,000 in Kanawha County, their caseload per magistrate is 17,000. Our magistrate's caseload is 24,800. So 71.
and I actually think that their population is closer to 160 than this 170.
So our magistrates are doing 32% more work than what they are in Kanawha County.
I think yesterday, Master Snow alone had 43 cases.
43.
That's not unheard of. That's every day. 5 o'clock don't mean 5 o'clock all the time. We're usually there to 6:30, 7 hearing cases. So we're not back up to our COVID numbers coming in the front door. I think it was 113 last year. Before COVID, it was 122. But I think our cases have went up.
I imagine there's backlog.
Yes.
And I always said that
Yes.
when
We're still playing catch up.
the caseload was going down during COVID, but which meant that they weren't going away.
Right.
They were just being
Going back
up.
burner. Right.
Right.
But unfortunately, I mean, we know we need the additional magistrates before we got to work.
Well, yeah, and that's a whole nother discussion.
That's,
Because one of the things we've discussed before with people in the judicial center is may have to go with additional hours for a little while because that it's going to take 3 years to do the Crawford building probably.
Yes, sir. I
That's
figured.
once the trigger's been pulled.
I figure once that trigger gets pulled and the bullet goes, I think we're looking at night court maybe, night arraignments.
Yeah,
I think we're going to be open for quite a while.
for a little while.
For a little while.
And I know that's especially an inconvenience for the employees. It's additional staffing hours to
Yes.
be able to do, but at the same time, it gets more out of that building.
I
It
know.
gets more investment out of that building.
I like the theory.
Yeah, I do too. But how that schedule is broken down. Somebody certain folks may get to sleep in a little bit longer because they're going to work longer today.
We'll have to get very creative.
It's a $50 million investment on that building that they made in 2004,
we opened it
4 or 5.
we opened it in 46. So
2004, 5, 6 was a $50-some million investment, and it's always if you extend the hours, then that would the building cost stays the same. Personnel is what goes up. So just something that we probably going to have to consider.
It's going to be interesting. We have some offices to move around, some things to make. It's going to impact the county pretty good. Going to impact us, facilities. I guess law enforcement will be there testifying at 8, 9 o'clock at night. It's going to affect a lot of different agencies.
Right.
If we go to that.
I've been told a couple of times that there is additional funding that we can get from the state. I don't know who we have to look into that, but I've been told a couple of times that there is additional funding.
I think we put Anthony in there on that from the Supreme Court.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're still negotiating
Yeah, because we haven't signed that, contract yet.
We did do a 1-year extension to give us a little extra time because they withheld the payments that were due us. They were 2 or 3 months in arrears, and 2 or 3 weeks ago, I asked Anthony and Jeff to reach out to them, and they said they weren't going to pay us until they had a contract. So they were withholding our payments.
Well, there's some counties that are
Not
getting
that
additional
it
funds.
mattered that much, but it was the principle.
Well, my principal would have went the other way.
Well,
But, yeah, there's other counties getting more than what we are for sure, without a doubt.
But if new magistrates are added and ours are extended, I'll certainly be back in front of you, and I'm sure Katie will be back in front of you also. We'll have that as well.
In the long run, it's kind of like, and we've always said this, the faster we can move people through the court system, the faster they get off our regional jail bill. It's really just a bridge money going from one part of the county's budget to the other. I mean,
Yes.
that backlog that we have that's been sitting around, some of them may have not been able to bond out of jail, which meant that they were in jail that we were paying for, that we, probably still paying. I heard there was a couple of them that been in there for a long time. So, but anyway,
Yes. So that's a request for, that's the reason for my request for the extra staff, 1 full, 1 part-time, and 2 reclassifications.
okay. All right. Anything else?
Anything else? I'm good.
All right.
Thank you for your time. Thanks for all you do.
Thank you.
Mike has been here for 10 years now, and he has assembled, as you know, a staff that's second to none. And there's not ever been anything that I've asked Mike to do that he hasn't done, and he's done well. If we need additional people over here for a public hearing, or if we need additional people to cover maybe contentious planning commission meeting on Monday night, all we have to do is ask, and his folks step up to the plate. They do it. Same way with the assistance that he's given to Brian and the sheriff's department, and just the list just goes on and on and on, and it's reflective of the team that you put together.
Yes, it has.
Couldn't do without you. We appreciate you.
Thank you. Appreciate you all.
Have a good day.
Thank you, Mike. All right. Next on our agenda is Sherry Smith, Historic Morgan Cabin Association.
Janelle Sperry is here in her place. Mrs. Smith is ill.
I'm sorry,
Janelle.
Janelle? I can remember Janelle.
Hello.
Hi, Janelle.
I'm here on behalf of my mom. Yesterday, my father and her both tested positive for COVID, unfortunately. So I said that I would come here today and do a presentation for her, so
Okay.
if you could bear with me.
Great daughter.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak today on behalf of the Historic Morgan Cabin Association. Our mission is to preserve the Morgan Cabin, which is located in Bunker Hill, for future generations, and to teach the history of Colonel Morgan Morgan, the first white settler in West Virginia. Since 1976, local residents and volunteers have consistently worked to maintain the Morgan Cabin and its grounds for future generations, and have made many additions and improvements. During the past 2 years alone, our volunteers have spent $8,000 on improvements, plus countless volunteer hours. As I mentioned before, our volunteers have been working to preserve the Morgan Cabin for over 40 years. But in the last year, we've had some significant changes to our volunteer group. On May 21st, 2021, we officially became the Historic Morgan Cabin Association through the West Virginia Secretary of State's office as a nonprofit association. On November 29, we received a 501c3 tax exemption status through the IRS, and recently on January 11, received a sales tax exemption on goods and services. We're hopeful that these changes to our organization will enable us to obtain outside grants for further additions to the cabin and our grounds. In order to promote our tours and latest improvements to the cabin, as well as the latest announcements, our group started a social media page through Facebook and are proud to have over 3,000 followers. several of which are direct descendants of Morgan Morgan himself, and it's encouraged an interest in our activities, which we are very excited about. This year, we've made significant improvements to the Morgan cabin. Trees hanging over the cabin roof caused the roof to leak, and they had to be removed. A new wood shaker roof was installed, as well as the application of preservation materials to the roof. In the past, we've not had a way to get under the cabin to spray for termites, so we installed a door hatch. The exterminator found termites, wood borers, and others. He sprayed underneath the cabin and also dug a trench around the perimeter to apply chemicals. We believe that being proactive and providing regular maintenance to our cabin is essential. Additionally, this year, volunteers have cleaned up the yard around the cabin and replaced the rotting split rail fence posts. We purchased wood preservative and applied it to the outside walls of the cabin, and we are very happy with our results. We believe right now the cabin has never looked better. At the Morgan Cabin, we also host many school group tours throughout the year and share tours with groups in public schools, scouts, 4-H clubs, homeschooled, and community groups. These groups get a historical walking tour by volunteers wearing period clothing of Morgan Morgan's time period, as well as the neighboring Cool Spring Farm, which also was built by a Morgan family member, his son. We also open up the cabin for any Morgan family descendant or any direct requests from the public to have a tour of the site. This summer, we will be providing tours to the public and are hopeful that the community will come out and see our historic site. When Matt Umstead with the Berkeley County 250th Commemorative Committee reached out to our cabin committee, we were beyond excited. We are eager to be a part of this celebration, and we're looking forward to the interest that this celebration is going to bring to our cabin. Today, we are asking for financial assistance to help pay for further needed improvements. The commemoration is to take place over the weekend of June 18 in Berkeley County. The Morgan Cabin has been selected as a feature site because county history began at our location in 1731. Many state and county local government officials will be at the cabin, as well as local media. We anticipate several hundred visitors to visit us. Several 18th century reenactment groups have volunteered to participate from the French and Indian War period, including some from the American Indian community. In order to prepare for this celebration and increase visibility to the Morgan Cabin, we would like to make some capital improvements and are asking for your financial help. We would like to install a handicap and general parking area, buy painting supplies for 2 of our outdoor pavilions, purchase outdoor tables and chairs for the grounds, do landscaping and grounds improvement, and do pruning and trimming of our overgrown trees. There will also be expenses for porta potties and liability insurance. And since it's important to involve our students, we've already contacted the Musselman High School National History Honor Society, and they're going to be assisting us with the volunteer work in painting the pavilions at the cabin. We always work hard to secure donations and will rely on our local community to provide as much of the volunteer hours to do the physical work as possible. In the future, we would also like to add an outside audio recording with a narrative of the cabin history, produce professionally designed brochures for our guests, and also have private conservation trust signs that share the history of Morgan Cabin. That way the history will be available to visitors at all time, whether our volunteers are there or not. Since we've limited funds, we're pursuing outside grants to pay for these additional items, which are not included in our grant application today. We're in the process of applying for a matching mini grant through the West Virginia Humanities Council for the conservation signs, and are in the process of working with the West Virginia Convention Bureau to secure funds for the audio recording and brochures. So we're very excited about our plans for the Morgan Cabin in 2022, and we're eager to see what progress can be made with our goals that I've outlined for you today. And we would appreciate your consideration of our request, and thank you for your time.
Is there any Native American influence or history or prehistory where with the Morgan Cabin?
Yes, there is. As a matter of fact, some of our members on the committee are very interested and have experience with Native American history. So we're trying to pull even more of that information as well. We definitely have an interest with that. And that's why we wanted to have those reenactments at the celebration.
Is that grant they're applying for, is that with the state CVB or the local?
State.
So why are they not trying to apply for money through the state?
Matt had recommended that, Matt Umstead had actually recommended that we contact the Convention Bureau, and we already spoke to them, and we kind of told them the 3 or 4 things that we wanted to do, and they recommended out of the list that we gave them that the 2 that they were interested in were the brochures and the audio recording, so that's why, and we had gone by Matt's recommendation on that. But I think it's a great idea if you think we could go locally. Of course, we have every interest in trying to apply. Now that we have all of our certifications and we're 501c3, we will be pursuing any grant opportunity we can to get further funds for the cabin.
Seems like a lot of the work that's planned to be done at the Morgan cabin is a lot of volunteer work, because painting pavilions and including the roofs for $500, that's all volunteer.
That's correct. That's correct. And I will say that over the last 40 years, it's all been volunteer work. But right now, I'd say 95% of our committee members are over 70 years old. I'm 50, and I am the youngest member on that group. So if that tells you anything. So of course, we want to try to get as many volunteers as we can, because as my mom says, we're getting old. You know, we can't keep doing all this volunteer work. Yeah. So we're excited that we're starting to get some renewed interest from our community. It's located off of Runnymede Road, and most of our committee members live on Runnymede. And we're starting to get more and more interest from a younger community all the time. So the more volunteers that we can get, the better. And that's why we reached out to the History Society at Musselman.
Great idea.
They were so excited. They want to do anything that they can. And the first thing they said, well, what can we do? And we said, well, we need painting done. Could you help with painting? And they were so excited, and they want to do more. So we just have to work with the group and see what their capabilities are. But they're going to help even with the commemoration that day. They want to volunteer and dress in period clothing.
Maybe on the painting, get to art class.
That's a great idea. The school is very excited.
So the local CVB does have money for marketing as well, you know what I mean, to be able to market and get more exposure for that as well. I mean, the goal is to get more visitors to come to Berkeley County to see what Berkeley County has. So you should make an appointment and have a conversation with Mark at the CVB and see what they could help Morgan Cabin with.
Absolutely. Yeah, like I said, we're always open to any suggestions for grant opportunities, so we'll definitely pursue them.
Maybe, Janelle, you can answer this question. If not, Dan, you can chime in too through the CVB stuff. But one of the things I thought about the other day driving down the road is there, and I hate to ask this question especially if you tell me yes, is there a virtual tour of the historical landmarks in Berkeley County that if I wanted to go for a drive, my wife and I on a Saturday, or maybe even get frisky and ride our bikes, is there something that we can listen to that when we get to the Adam Stevens home, it tells us to go to the Bell Boyd and take us through a loop of Berkeley County and give us a little bit of a narrative on each one?
I love that idea. If it is in place, I'm not aware of it.
And I don't know that there is. I know there's what they call the trail. So there's a trail that you can get a mapped out trail that has everything on it.
That's several years ago.
But if not, I don't know why the CVB couldn't create that.
I mean, to me, it's a no-brainer. I mean, it's.
Well, I'll have you as a speaker at our next meeting.
I will say that many years ago, we had an audio recording. So when you came up to the Morgan Cabin, because we only had volunteer days on Sundays in the summer. So if somebody wanted to come up in September, they could go and push a button and it would do a little audio recording. And it has just gotten old and it doesn't work anymore. So that's what we wanted to repeat. But I think it's an excellent idea that it would also not only give you information about Morgan Cabin, but maybe gear you to other historical sites on Runnymede, like the chapel. And
well, you think you would do it on an app today?
If you're going for a younger generation, it has to be on an app.
Correct.
It can't be a push button for the guys like Tim over here. You know what I mean?
Do what, Jim?
Pull up in front of the building, should come up on your cell phone.
Right, that's what I'm saying. So to me, I think that would be great if we was able to do, because I was one of those ones when Rick Bill was trying to tell me to listen to history class and I'd fall asleep because I was sitting by the window wanting to work outside and I was getting warm. Every day almost, right?
Yeah.
But at 58, now all of a sudden I'm interested in history. But I'm one of those ones that won't read about it, sad to say. And I have to have my wife's brother is a history major. So it's always great for him to go with us when we would go to Antietam or anything, and he would explain it to us, because that's how I can pick it up better. I can retain it better. For someone like me, I'm very much interested in history, especially the local history. it's gotta be easy.
Oh, I completely agree. And like you said, that we're trying to attract a younger generation to be interested in the cabin again, and we have to be relatable to them. And by doing that, we're going to have to be more technologically advanced. We're going to have to do things on our phones and have apps and make it more accessible for a younger generation, because that's where we're headed. So I love the suggestion. So we'll definitely hit up the local convention bureau as well. We're excited about the audio recording. It's just a lot more expensive than we thought it was going to be. Back when we did it years ago with Palmer Media, I think he charged us $100, and now we're looking at $1,000 per each recording that we have it. So just times are changing and things are
That's
more
funny
expensive
because
and we're
all
limited.
the electronic boards that we have now in the county is all grant funded 100%.
But we could definitely use the assistant. Well, we have the interest and the excitement, and we have the hard work of our members. My dad's 87. I think he's probably one of the oldest people on the committee, but he'll be the first one out there with a shovel and helping.
Hopefully you're documenting all that time that's spent and all that, because every time you go after a grant, those hours could be used as in-kind services
Yes.
for the, the in-kind part of it. So,
Yes, sir. We
yeah.
definitely have been doing that, and we have a lot of hours put in.
I know, I think it was during the election cycle, Morgan Cabin had us down there 12 years ago on a tour and had activities going on that weekend. It was very impressive.
We used to have an annual festival every year, and it was the Morgan Cabin Festival. We would roast turkeys in the ground and bake potatoes. Matter of fact, my husband had his eyebrows burned off pulling those potatoes out of there, so that's why we don't do it anymore. But they used to have old-time dinners provided for people. It was $10. They could come in and get an amazing meal. We had craft vendors. It was a great festival. And we would love to get back to having that festival again. Matter of fact, we had a celebrity goat milking contest that I believe you participated in. I asked you to do that.
Yeah.
So we used to have some fun activities to get our crowd out, and we had a celebrity goat milking contest. So
I don't think I'm a celebrity, but I was there.
you were definitely a local celebrity. So we try to have some fun things to get our community out. So we're looking forward to getting back to some of those things again.
I tell you, there's been a tremendous amount of work done on that property since probably the mid-70s, and it was saved. It was saved by that organization. If not, it would have been into the ground. There's been a lot of great work done. Thank you all for what you do there in saving that very valuable history that we're getting ready to celebrate with a birthday. So
Thank you. We appreciate that. We're very excited about this commemoration this summer. We just need to get our cabin ready for the anticipated amount of people that we could have. We're just not ready. So we need your help.
All right, well, thank you, and work on that virtual tour on an app so I can get started.
I don't know why I can't have it. I mean, that doesn't sound like it's that difficult to put together. And
I don't think so.
And I don't know, I don't know exactly what the CVB will grant, but I'll definitely be having a conversation with them about it.
Okay, great. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you, Janelle.
I'm gonna step out for a couple minutes here.
All right. You want us to wait?
No, you can go ahead.
All right. All right. Moving ahead, we've already done Tracy Gillum, the grant administrator, on our letters of support. So next agenda item is the board and commission interview with Dirk Stansberry, candidate for Stormwater Management Board.
You're right.
I'm just following up on the last discussion.
Yeah.
Saying that if you go to search a rental property at the beach now, you have an interactive map. And so the rental company that has the whole beach, there's little pointers. You pick on each pointer, pop, you get the whole layout, 20, 30 pictures of the house.
Neat.
And so you can, Morgan Cabin, Roundhouse.
Right.
Just start popping around and you'll be the whole map. Actually, would be nice if the whole Eastern Panhandle, we are full of it.
Well, that's what Randall said from the state. Berkeley County is the richest county in the state of West Virginia on history. And shame on us for not marketing that correctly. So, thanks for your help, Dirk. And man needs all the help he can get. I can say that since he's not here. He can't even defend himself. Tell us a little bit about yourself that we don't already know, and why you're interested in serving on the board for the stormwater management.
Well, felt it was a good.
Or I should say the Berkeley County Stormwater District.
Well, it seemed like a fit since I was involved in both trying to function under its early stages and then trying to implement it. And I've seen quite a bit of where it helps and where it hurts. And as a member of the community in the county, where we have the EPA breathing down the neck of the DEP, breathing down our necks, and those hatchets are hanging there with our particular population. We are still a small MS4, but our population actually has us where we can kick into the next level. And so it's just out of their magnanimousness that they have not done that. So unless we start to find ways to make them happy, they could change our designation real quick.
So what's your professional background?
I'm a professional engineer, graduated from West Virginia University.
Go Mountaineers.
I've worked pretty much my entire career in the Panhandle area, mostly a little bit in Maryland, Frederick, Maryland, Hagerstown, Jefferson County, quite a bit. Have lived right on the border off of 45 between Jefferson and Berkeley County. I moved in 05, just to this side of the line, moved 2 miles, and now I'm in Berkeley County. I also have a BA in education, taught at Bridgeport, and coached, assistant coach football, head coach track, little volleyball.
Look a little short for that.
I coached. Actually, I'm very good at digging.
That's it. Yep.
I could dig it out.
A libero, huh?
I went to school at Midvale, Ohio, with Bob Huggins.
Did you?
Yes, I did. Of course, his dad took a job at an opposing school, became our rival after that, after junior high. Another weird small world. When I was at Fairmont State, I played with Bill Stewart, and his brother Ted.
Huh.
So,
Yeah.
small world.
Yeah.
Yeah, I did got my BA in education from Fairmont State.
Great. See, you are telling me things I didn't know about you.
And so my professional career has been in either the Panhandle of Maryland or the Panhandle of West Virginia since the 80s.
All right.
I am a major in the Civil Air Patrol. I'm an aerospace officer. It's been my pleasure to work with some of the finest young men and women that I've ever had the chance of working with. And I do love the organization.
Good.
All
right. We'll open the floor up to Mr. Barnhart to start with. Do you have any questions for Mr. Stansberry?
Anything you do different as a stormwater district board of directors or whatever it is?
Well, there's a lot of things that have been wanted to be done, both time and manpower are not there. One of the big ones is community involvement in education. We hear about the rain tax, we see all this stuff, and we see in comes some NOVs, notice of violations, and all this stuff, and we still have people not understanding how this is all working through.
one of the big efforts that I had when I was in the county was trying to convince people the proper way to use some of these simple things like a silt fence. The DEP even says there's only one more thing abused more as a BMT than silt fence, and that is straw bale dikes, to the point they won't let you use straw bales. So it's simple, not Swiss watch, but it's real easy to screw up. We don't have even the communications to the contractors. We don't have the communications to the developers of what their responsibilities are. We don't go, at the present time, we seem to be focusing on the construction activity. We've got post-construction activity. We got things that have nothing to do with construction, which are the illicit discharges. I don't think we have as much problem. Jim might be able to answer this better than I could. The honey dippers, where they're disposing their suckings properly. I think we got a little better, but there are places where a septic tank is come up to a nice little bridge, turn a hose over the side, let it run, keep right on going. That's not as often as it used to be.
DEP controls that.
But it's still on our MS4.
Yeah, but
It will still be on
it's
our
a state-controlled activity.
License.
The only thing that's under county control are the trucks. Everything else is state control.
That's true, but they will have it on our MS4.
Yeah, but it's state control, which makes no sense.
That's another thing that the DEP points out, is we keep trying to kick the can around and see who's responsible for what. I think, like I said in the early part of this, if we want to keep that action up in the air and not coming down, we've got to, again, make sure education is involved in that and make sure that they know that even if somebody else is going to get them, we're watching you as well. And that this can be reported. And just communication with those entities. Schools. We got to get some input into the schools. So I think communication, and none of this stuff, as I point out, is Swiss watch. It's just getting it implicated and followed through in a proper process. It's one of the last things you think of at a construction site. Oh yeah, I got to do that. No, you start thinking of that first. You got to think of that first, not second, not third. You got to not give it to the third or fourth guy you just hired who thinks a pile of rocks in a ditch is a check dam. You know, there needs to be at least some communication. One thing that Mr. Walburn and I talked about in speaking of technology, I tried to get a few contractors meetings to go over some of these BMPs and some of the simple little mistakes that can be corrected. And it's just tough to get a time when you can get guys out of the field. You know, when you finally say, oh, it's going to be a messy, rainy day. Well, you didn't schedule it, did you? Can't schedule that way. We talked about maybe having some short training videos that they could access directly on the evening. Nothing else to do. Nothing cool on TV. Let's check out a silt fence construction.
And that's part of the MS4 criteria is education.
Exactly. Yeah. So I think that is a key to it. I mean, more than anything else, because unless we get the community doing this, we don't have enough people running around to keep it under control. So if they start, I mean, there's enough integrity out there. They do the right thing as long as they know it. You know, tell me what. One of the problems is because of that axe over our head, it may have seemed, and I've talked to Zach about this, well, like there's too much of an iron fist in some of the things we do. And we talked about how to put a velvet glove on that iron fist. And I talked about Tommy George when he was here with the DEP. He had a very good tact with the contractor. He would not jump on them immediately, and when the field he would come out and he would point out what they were doing wrong and tell them what to correct.
Kevin Lilly done a really good job too.
Yeah. But he didn't, he lost his sense of humor very fast and he came back and he didn't do it. I think we need to look at that. There is some issues that we'll probably have to work out with Zach on how the reporting, because if they go in the field, they have to do a report. We have to find out if there's a yellow card versus a red card every time. Some other way to follow that process of, an education again in the field. You'd like you to know before you went in the field, but you're in the field, at that point, we're going to have another education. You got to turn, it's a very simple thing, you turn that silk sock around so it catches it. It's kind of silly. You look out, how many times I found a silk fence or silk sock comes down the hill and stops. Well, the water just goes around the other end.
Right.
Never closed the barn door.
And you touched on a subject that I've talked to Zach about is, first, I would like to see a meeting with somebody that prior to a violation letter that's threatening. Being able to say, hey, can I meet you out on the job and let you know what our concerns are so you can have time to address it, but if not, then this is the next measure. I think that goes a long way. Brian does it all the time. And I'm sure you did it when you was here. How can we, like you said, prior DEP inspectors and agents of how they work with people and gave them the chance to do a correction before they changed their demeanor. It goes a long way, I think.
Yeah, you can't just yell and say, fix it, when it's like, I don't know what I did wrong. And just out of bumping heads enough times, they finally figure, oh, I'm not supposed to do it that way. Mm-hmm. I remember working with
That's all right. We'll come back to
county engineer in Jefferson County.
there's several of them. Yeah.
Well, the head guy. Anyway, we were at a site, this was back in the 80s, the 90s, right? And first time this guy ever seen silt fence, so it was driven down, but that little floppy part was about
Still up
4
off
inches
the
above the
ground.
ground.
So they didn't trench it. Yeah.
I guess he thought it might have been a toddler fence or something. But once you've done it and messed up enough times, you finally figure it out. But if they're messing up at the same time, we got some other inspectors in town, and it's a red flag for us. So we need to get that up ahead as fast as we can. You would think, usually we saw some of the guys, contractors and gals that coming out of other jurisdictions where they have more strict rules. They usually do a better job of it just because they've already gotten their fingers burned. But even when I've seen where they came out and did the classic silly thing, Out 9 got covered with mud when the construction site where the new rudders is going in. And they had silt fence running downhill, and then jayed around and went up the other way. So you got 3 stakes at the bottom of that hill holding a whole acre of mud and water. Right. They just blew out. They had to bring a loader out to clear the mud off of Route 9. So it's that kind of, no, you don't do that.
Right. All right. Do you have any questions for Dirk?
No, I don't have any, but I mean, Dirk and I have had conversations in the past, and I appreciate his common sense process that he does. If I've seen down in the city where, and this is just an example where, you got a small lot and they make you put super silt fence all the way around the property, including the uphill side.
Right.
And, that's one of the things that, our view is similar, to be able to say, what kind of what kind of
Person.
thought process, I'm not
Thinks
gonna
the water
go there.
runs uphill, right?
Yeah, what kind of thought process went into somebody doing something like that? So I appreciate your interest in serving and helping the community out.
Councilperson Gokenhour.
Yes, sir. Are you still working as an engineer?
Yes, I am.
Do you see?
I'm on a lower key,
Well, good.
working in my basement.
That's fine. Do you see any kind of conflict with you still working and being on this particular board?
No, because my license pretty much wants me not to do any harm.
Well, and I'll be
the
honest
code
with
of
you.
ethics of which us professional engineers vow to. that we follow.
And I trust your ethics, but I also felt I need to ask.
It would be more the question, which I hope to be completely done with, is the finishing up of a small little subdivision. I hope it's done this coming year, so I will be out of that development world. That would be more of a time.
I think on that, and I understand why you asked the question. I think the way that I always look at this is we have to, in these boards, it's always good to be diversified. And one of the ways to be diversified is to have someone that totally understands the process as a board member. And it's kind of like the planning commission. One time it didn't have anybody that knew anything about land development. And so therefore they didn't understand the process of going in and developing a piece of property, the silk fence. I can remember one time when there was a retention pond done in a stream bed. And they didn't understand why you had to redirect the stream bed in order to put the weir wall in. So it's always good to have people that understands that. And then naturally, if there's something directly associated with something that he's involved in, he'd have to recuse himself if he feels it's necessary. But my biggest thing is more of a statement, Dirk, than a question. I've worked with you here at the county, and I think it's good. Also, you've made a lot of statements about enforcement. But I think it's also really good that you understand the process, and we always have to be protective of what our position is, and like you said, you took pretty much an oath as a PE. But at the same time, we don't have to over-design stuff. We don't have to. If DEP's asking for prime example. And I hope, Anthony, you haven't forgot about this, but I don't mean that to be a negative statement, but right now DEP has an NPDES permit that's anything more than an acre, but yet we regulate anything over 5,000 square feet. That's a hiccup. It's been talked about for years, and it supposedly is in our regulations that the MS4 people is trying to adhere to our portion of regulations, which is supposed to be being looked at. Brian, you're in the room, I'll let you, we brought that up several times. There's no, one of the things that I've always said is, why is it a 5,000 square foot land disturbance and it's a 20-acre plot? To me, it should be more of a percentage basis than it is a 5,000 square feet blanket. I can understand 5,000 square foot on a townhouse lot, but
which goes to the education side. That is, and I bought that when I first got here, and I thought I'd got most of the way. 5,000 square foot is you permanently fix something.
I know. Make it impervious.
But not, so if you're putting down gravel or building, parking lot, that's the 5,000 square feet.
Mm-hmm.
Not the disturbance.
Right.
So if you come in
So it's
and
not a septic system.
septic system
Doesn't count.
is not counted.
Right, but what I'm trying to say is, if I have a 20-acre lot, that I'm going to create, 26,000 square feet of impervious area, but it's right in the middle of my lot and it's flat. More than likely, it's gonna stay on my piece of property and won't go anywhere.
Which is doable, and I
I'm
developed.
not asking for it.
Well, no, this
enhancement, but
this is a
you
good point.
understand.
This is a very good point in that we need to look close at some of the other jurisdictions where they have large agricultural areas, such as Back Creek, where there are some very dumb systems that do not require any major construction, because you have so much open ground. As long as you're keeping a lot of that in that open ground, you can take those credits and apply for it.
Kind of like tall grass, right? Tall grass is a credit towards silt containment.
What we need to do is come up with a, like we have for our decks, plan, that if you're going to be building on that 20-acre thing, you have a set thing to follow. If you're going to break your limit of 5,000 because you're putting in a few other things, here's what you need to do in a simplistic way. Again, most of these regulations were developed in Annapolis and Los Angeles and all that, where you have no chance to do this, but you do have where you can use your open ground to get your credits back. We need to do that in a way that doesn't require them to go find one of my brothers or sisters and pay them $1,000 to design a grassy field.
Mm-hmm.
And that has been in discussion with county engineering, which is another cooperation thing that the DEP wants us to do, to come up with these kinds of things for the open area of Back Creek, or even where I live. I've got 10 acres to spread out.
Right.
So you can use what you've got to get the credits, and without having to go through high engineering and cost to get credits for it.
Mm-hmm.
We came up with some, worked with the pole barn people, some things that they can do when they were breaking that limit. That includes the driveway and the barn and all that. So by the time they got that, they broke that 5,000 square foot. But there are ways to use a drip edge and form an infiltration trench along that drip edge. And so they adopted a lot of those types of things so that they didn't have to go through a long process. One of the other problems that we constantly got into in engineering was that the actual site plan for some of the out areas didn't show up to our engineering review of the site until after the building was pretty much done. Oh my goodness. Now you gotta go back and do something different because you have broken that limit. And, you know, that just added another 2, 3, 4 weeks. Shoot, I was that close to having my building permit, but I screwed up and not took care of my impervious area. So that's another thing that has to kind of fall up in front. It goes back to this education process. And that would also catch another major violation that was not necessarily ours, is the stream encroachments. We had always had houses coming for building permits that have already put the culvert in, which is violation of the DNR's regulations. Again, that's their regulation, but
You mean cross the stream?
they cross the stream.
Public Land Corporation permit.
Yep. So these are education things. And again, I'm kind of moving away from the MS4 side, but we do need to work with engineering on this. And I believe that the application talks about cooperation with the county engineer through the council. So.
Okay. Well, appreciate it. I mean, that's the thing I like about you. You're well diversified, understand the process, and that's always a very strong point. To me, you can't participate in something if you don't understand it. And as a board member, and that's what I'm saying. So, thank you for applying, and look forward to making a decision here before long.
All right,
Thank you.
thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
All right, you have anybody here from the public that wants to do, any items from the public? If not, Mr. Davis, we're going into executive session.
Yes, sir.
for-
I know we have a tight afternoon schedule, but we just need a few minutes during for executive session for personnel, land acquisition, and that's it.
We have to go in executive session.
Well, a legal matter.
Yeah, a legal matter.
All right. Got that. Do I have a motion, Mr. Barnhart?
You have a motion?
Got a motion? Do I have a second?
Second.
Second. We're in executive session.
I ain't in charge of second.
I gotta go to the restroom real quick. we're out of the executive session, back into regular session. Is there any action being taken out of executive session?
Mr. President, I'd like to make a motion to move forward with the recruiting process for a vital county position to be filled.
Okay, have a motion on the floor. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second. Any discussion? If not, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? The motion carries. Anything else? Mr. Barnhart,
Mr. President, I move to recess.
we are recessed.